Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the first Administration Finance Fire Committee agenda of the year. I am your chair, Jason Trombetta. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest from members of council? Seeing none. So we do have a confidential item on this agenda, so we will be heading into confidential first and then reconvening afterwards once the confidential matters are complete. So the recommendation that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239-2 of the Municipal Act of 2021. Township Solicitor Andrew Manel and Tom Hannaran, Sullivan Mahoney, Director of Legal Services, and Clerk Joanne Shime, and CAO Bev Henley, a legal solicitor, client privilege, notice to the applicant of judicial review, litigation, or potential litigation, including matters before the administration tribunals affecting the municipality or local boards, advice to the subject solicitor client, including communications necessary for the purpose. And then said that there is a recommendation. So I will call members of committee. I need someone in favor of going into confidential. I see Councillor Broderick and Mayor Ganan. All those in favor of going into confidential this next portion, and that's carried. Thank you.
3.
Welcome back, everyone. Just coming out of close, we have a open session recommendation, and sorry, I need a mover and a seconder to come out of close. I got Councillor Riley, seconded by Councillor Rayner, and then we have a recommendation here. Oh, sorry, all those in favor? And that carries to come out of closed. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resuming open session at 6:32. Thank you, Councillor Riley. So we have a recommendation that the town solicitors, Andrew Manel and Tom Hanrahan Sullivan Mahoney, be hereby authorized to proceed as directed in closed session with respect to a legal matter relating to the notice of application for judicial review. And I need a mover for that, members of the committee. I got Councillor Broderick, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any comments or questions? All those in favor of the open session directive? And that carries. Thank you. So moving on. I guess, do I go ahead and read the Ignite of Joe? Okay, that's the next item, so I will do it. We have our land acknowledgement statement. Prior to commencing the meeting, the Administration Finance Committee comments for the public for this matter that this agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting and advising the chair during the request to address the items on the agenda section of the agenda. For those individuals that are unable to attend this meeting in person, you may submit comments for the matters that are on the agenda by either emailing jshimi@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record, or two, by contacting the clerk's department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. This meeting will be live streamed. The link to watch the meeting live can be found on the Township's website by selecting the Township Office tab at the top of the website, then clicking the Council or Standing Committee Meeting tab and scroll down the meeting list to find the link. This meeting will be recorded and will be available to view by clicking the meeting video link found on the Township's website within 48 hours after the meeting, unless otherwise noted. The Township of West Lincoln, being a part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich histories of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in the Niagara region today. The Township of West Lincoln, as a part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the land on which we live. Members of the committee, is there any changes of orders of items on the agenda? And we have one, Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Change. And also Councillor Bell. So go ahead, Councillor Rayner first.
Yes, I'd like to bring forward an item of new business, please, Mr. Chair. I need a seconder for that.
Okay. I'm looking for a seconder. I got Councillor Riley. All those in favor of Councillor Rayner bringing a new item of business? And that carries. Go ahead, Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the clerk, we have a resolution that she would read, please.
Madam Clerk.
So we've already got the new item of business, right?
Yes,
Carried,
carried by moved and seconded.
This is the resolution then for the new to address the item. That members of the Administration Finance Fire Committee waive the provisions of Section 3.1D of the Township of West Lincoln's procedural bylaw, being clerk's notice of a regular, special, or other meeting of council, to recess the Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting immediately in order to allow the Public Works and Recreation Committee meeting scheduled for February 21st immediately following the administration be moved prior to the remainder of the Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting, and that the remainder of the Administration Finance Fire Committee proceed following adjournment of the Public Works Recreation Committee meeting.
Okay, members of the committee, you did hear the recommendation. It was moved by Councillor Rayner, seconded by Councillor Riley. All those in favor of that recommendation? Or first comments or questions, and then obviously, but all those in favor of that recommendation? And that's carried. Just a note, I know Councillor Bell also had another item. Do you want me to address that now or in this meeting, or would you like it on
Yes.
for the next one? The next
Okay.
next meeting would be okay, Councillor Bell?
Technically,
Okay.
you're already in this meeting.
Correct. Well, that's why I'm asking it, because it came at the same time, so it's the first time for me. So I will turn the meeting over to Councillor Rayner. What's that?
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Township of West Lincoln Public Works Recreation Arena Committee Agenda. This is meeting number 1 for Tuesday, February the 21st, 2023. Notice to members of the public, all cell phones, pagers, and our PDAs to be turned off. Members of the public who are attending and participating virtually are reminded to keep their microphones muted until they are acknowledged to speak. Additionally, for your information, please be advised that this meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and will be available on the Township's website. I am your chair tonight, and it's Mike Rayner. Comments to the public for a matter that is on the agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting or advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. For those individuals that are unable to attend the meeting in person, you may submit comments for the matters that are on the agenda by either 1, emailing jshimmy@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record, or 2, by contacting the Clerk's Department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. This meeting will be live streamed. To link to watch the meeting live can be found on the Township's website by selecting the Township Office tab at the top of the website, then clicking the Council or Standing Committee Meetings tab and scroll down the meeting list to find the link. This meeting will be recorded and will be available to view by clicking the meeting video link found on the Township's website within 48 hours after the meeting unless otherwise noted. Now read the land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawandurunk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Region Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wide stewardship of the lands on which we live. Number 3 is a change in order of items on the agenda. Does any member of committee have a change? William, you were going to make a change? I believe there is a request to move item 9.3. We have a guest.
Correct.
Michelle Seaborn, I believe, is here tonight that wishes to speak, so if we can move item 9.3, if that was acceptable to members of committee. I'd like to move that up.
I moved it. You need a
Moved in, need a seconder. Councillor Bell, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, appointments, disclosure, pecuniary interest, and or conflict of interest. Any from any members? Seeing none. Appointments, there are no appointments or presentations at this time. Request to address items on the agenda. Total of 1 hour shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall only be provided with 5 minutes to address their issues. Some exceptions may apply. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. Kevin, could you please tell me if you're aware if there are any members of the public who are in attendance virtually or on Zoom meeting call who wish to address a specific item of tonight's Public Works Recreation Committee agenda as permitted under Section 6.7 of the procedural bylaw?
Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, have you received any emails or correspondence from any member of the public prior to 4:30 p.m. today who wish to address a specific item on tonight's Public Works or Recreational Committee agenda as permitted under Section 6.7 of the procedural bylaw?
No, Mr. Chair, I have not.
Okay, thank you. We move forward then to consent agenda items. All items listed below are considered. Now, the question is, should we move 9.3? Madam Clerk, should we move 9.3 ahead of consent agenda items, or which order should they be in?
Yes, we should be voting item 9.3.
Okay, we're moving items 9.3, item PW 04-23, Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DiPola, Information Report REC-01-2023, update on 2023 Farmers Market. Recommendation that Information Report REC-01-2023 re-update on 2023 Farmers Market dated February 21st, 2023 be received for information. I need a mover and a second from committee for that, please. Councillor Broderick and Madam Mayor. Now, we have a presentation, I believe, or any comments through Ms. Seaborn. If you have anything that you wish to speak on, is there any members of the committee first who would like to talk on this subject? Do you have a presentation, Michelle, that you wish to present tonight?
I was of the impression, actually, there was a bit of a presentation, but I'd be more than happy to present if you'd like.
Sure, I'm sure committee would be interested, and certainly. Thank you for attending tonight.
Well, thank you. So this is kind of odd because I'm sitting at the town of Grimsby because I have a council meeting there. I'm not on for 45 minutes, so as long as you don't keep me more than 45 minutes, this is the weirdest meeting I've ever done. So with that, yes, the farmers market is entering into its second full year, but its third season, if that's of any consequence. So we started originally in 2021. That was our first season. It was a shorter season because, of course, we got some grant funding from the Red Project. We carried out 10 weeks of that market just to see how we were going to make it go. It was fairly well received. So we had our first full season last year, and more interest, more vendors. But we ran a few snags there, and so we had an annual meeting this year. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so we had a few snags, and we decided we'd open it up to the vendors to tell us exactly what they thought was working and what wasn't. And the consequence of that showed that a lot of the vendors enjoyed the market, but they weren't getting enough customers and shoppers, which was kind of disappointing to some of them. So the idea was to try and boost attendance, and how are we going to do that? The first item that they thought would be the most important thing to bring forward would be to change the market day. Friday's a busy day for most households, and a lot of the long weekends start on a Friday night and go through till Monday. So we were missing a good number of people that would have normally liked to have come to the market, but were busy. For the first time in 2 years, they were able to go out and do things at the cottage or go visiting friends and travel a bit. Tuesday seemed to be the day that most people thought would be a good day for the market, and so we with a vote and with the blessing of the other committee members, we decided to change the date to Tuesday. So the market will now run on Tuesdays, same hours from 3 till 7, same location. Now, for those that aren't aware, our first year we were in the northwest corner of the parking lot at the community center. Last year they installed some electricity for us because, of course, you know, you've got a new bandstand there. So we've moved now to the southwest corner, and it didn't really make much difference as far as the vendors were concerned or shoppers. It was just easier for any vendor that needed to have electricity. We were also hoping to be able to use the band shell for some of the activities and some of the musicians that we had booked. Also, the recreation department put in some music on Friday, so we were hoping to just bring in more interest with having more activities going on in the same location. The other thing that a lot of the vendors thought was people just don't know we're there. We're not visible from the street, and unless you kind of came across us by going to the library or other functions at the arena, people just didn't know we were there. So instead of doing mail-outs, we decided that we'd start a Facebook page. Beth Audette, who of course is no stranger to anybody on committee, knows that she does a lot of the social media work. She took over the website, she took over the Facebook page, and she certainly got the message out for people. We thought we could go a step further by changing the banners. Now that the hospital is well underway, we decided to look at some banners that would tell people where we were, when we were, and bring about some of the seasonality that the market has. Of course, the market starts in the spring and works right through to the fall, so 3 seasons are always encompassed in the market season. So we have looked into banners. Banners, I think 12 or 18 of them have been ordered. They will be bright and colorful and tell people where we are. We've also investigated some of the Todd signs. They can be purchased through the region of Niagara, and they will be located at strategic points, pointing people to the West Lincoln Farmers Market. We've changed our program a little bit too to have some cooking demonstrations. We will have somebody come up to the market from time to time. They'll buy the ingredients, they'll cook the product, they'll hand out recipes and certainly sample it for everybody that comes that day. Another project we thought we'd do this year is the introduction of market bucks. Market bucks allow people to earn market bucks, and they can spend them at any vendor's location. Now, the vendors don't lose out on any money for their product because it is something that the market itself funds. So every $5 that's spent through market bucks gets reimbursed to the vendor 100%. The other thing that we'd like to try and do this year that we weren't successful doing last year was to have a children's program that might include a teddy bear picnic. I would be interested in working with library personnel and see if we can pull off a nice little fun day for the kids. So those are some of the ideas that we've got put together, and we're looking forward to an expanded market. I have already had lots of extra interest from vendors who would have come on a Friday but are really interested in coming on a Tuesday. So I think we've already got the beginnings of a really successful market coming up. And if there's any questions that I can help you with, I'd be pleased to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Michelle. Any members? Councilor Broderick, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I was the one who had requested this item be brought up in a report. Thanks to Director Del Paulo for putting that together. I understand, Michelle, you were out of the country. I did have, welcome back.
Thanks.
I did have, I was happy to see the list of items that were in the report for, that you had discussed with the vendors. And I was wondering if there was plans for a meeting with those same vendors mid-season of this coming year, this summer of 2022, for a recap and, to make sure that we're continuing to be on course.
Oh, thank you for the question through the chair to you. I think I'm there every week, and I talk to my vendors every week, and I get a really good feeling for what they're going through, what's working and what's not. I haven't actually booked a midterm, per se, general meeting with them. I think if you catch people on a weekly basis, you can see what's working and what's not working. And if you do it regularly, then you get a better feel of what you can change and what you can implement. So no, at this time, I don't have that in mind, but certainly if it looks like we're going down the wrong trail or doing something really great, we can certainly have a meeting mid-season.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilor Trombetta.
Thank you, Councilor Rayner. Through Mr. Chair to Ms. Seaborn, you said Tuesday night is the time that you're going to do the market. What times are you doing the market on Tuesday night that you've?
We'll do the same as what we've done in the past. So we'll still run 3 to 7. The reason for that is you can't go too much later than 7 because it gets dark by the time you're into October. And you want to be able to incorporate some of that supper hour. And the 5 to 7 is usually your best time for families to come out after dinner. And the time 3 to 5 is usually for families that want to get their dinner and take it home with them. So it seems to work out it's a good 4-hour period.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Seaborn, do you have, so obviously you've discussed with your vendors, is there a correspondence of what your vendors wanted, like to say that like those dates are, is there any email correspondence where each vendor did decide, say, hey, Tuesday is the best day, or is that just you with word of mouth? Like I don't know, because I'm not a marketer, let's just say, but ideally Saturday morning would be the ideal time for any market to go on. But is there any correspondence you have from any marketers that say Tuesday is the night, or is this just a trial period right now?
I think I'd have, or through the chair to yourself, I think I'm going to have to go with experience there, if you don't mind. We've tried other dates at other markets, and I have participated in quite a few markets over the last few years, and I think most people here know that I run a Thursday market in Grimsby. Friday is an awkward time for people to have markets because, as I explained, it's usually the takeoff for a long weekend. During the week, Monday has never worked very well for people. Wednesday is not too bad, but Saturday is the busiest market day. And you're right, everybody wants to go to a market on Saturday
morning. Yeah.
But then most of the vendors are already engaged in a Saturday morning market. So the ability to actually attract vendors to a relatively new market on a Saturday just wasn't going to work. If this market becomes strong enough, then certainly we could consider moving it to a Saturday. The thought was that in a family that looks for a fresh product to eat throughout the week, they would start off on a Tuesday, and by the time they got to a Thursday, they're looking for new ingredients, and by the time the weekend came around, they're filling that void again. So a lot of your fresh fruit and vegetable shoppers are actually shopping 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay, thank you for
We're
that.
hoping Tuesday's the best.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chichok?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just noticed when I was reading through this report that we did get funding for the farmers market. I guess this is best through you to our CAO. That was for a number of things, because I know we got electricity installed, et cetera, but is that money from that grant all been used now?
Okay, through you, Chair, to Councillor Chichok. We received the grant in, I think we got approved in May of 2021, thank you. And right now we have put in a request for an extension, so we have not expended all the funds. And so there's a process where you can ask for an additional few months. So that's underway right now. I don't believe we've heard back on that at all. But what we're going to do is, as we made application, we had to be really specific about the items that we were budgeting for. So we had a budget for salary, we had a budget for marketing and communications, infrastructure, and I'm going to forget the list, but it was very specific, so that when we report back, we have to report back on those items. And we're pretty careful about that. So like the music and entertainment would be another portion. And I think that they were looking at getting more, a few more hard infrastructure, furniture pieces. And perhaps our Director DePaulo could speak to that, but that's really I'm going to explain something. We've done a bit of a transition. So when the market first came on board, it sort of came on mid-year. I took it under the CAO's office wing, and then as time unfolded, we were doing so much work with our recreation staff that we have transitioned it over to Parks and Recreation now, and that's where the work is coordinated, but I certainly still keep an eye on everything that's been going on because it is of great interest. And so anyway, I'm enjoying watching the transition. I participated in that vendor meeting and enjoyed the feedback. They were very frank and very fulsome with their comments, and then we had originally done some work to figure out where the open slots were across the the region for market times. Friday was an available time. Tried it out, it didn't work, and now we made the move to Tuesday. So I know I answered more than your question there. I apologize.
You did, but you also sparked a couple others. So, Mr. Chair, if I could just, one more question. Well, actually, it's got 2 prongs. So you mentioned that we did not, in our normal way of stretching every dollar to the maximum, and I appreciate that. Is there sufficient money in the budget to take care of salaries and the other furniture for the balance of 2022 and entertainment? This is 2023 for the balance of 2023.
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Director DiPaolo to answer that
sorry.
question.
I wasn't trying to avoid him, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no worries.
I just didn't know where to direct it.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, as Bev mentioned, yeah, there's still some unused funds from the grant, and we've got that covered in this year's budget. There's some items like a couple picnic tables that we would like to purchase, banners that Michelle mentioned earlier, even some wayfinding signs. That's all covered under the grant program. We're hoping to procure those things that are in the grant program by the next month or so, by March. And if we get the extension, we'll have more time. So yeah, there is a little bit of a difference because the grant money is running out, and then we have the budget for the budget line for the market, the farmers market covers that, what our expenses are, what the remaining amount is in the grant. So it's in your budget presentation and budget report at the admin meeting.
I'll wait for that. Thank you, Mr. DiPaolo. One last question, though. So the entertainment that we normally used to have and music in the park and movies in the park that seemed to be coordinated with the night of the market, is that now moving through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. DiPaolo, I guess? Is that going to be on Tuesday nights now?
Through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. No, on Tuesday nights, Michelle is planning to have her own entertainment for the farmers market. I don't remember exactly what day we are having music in the park or movie in the park. Maybe I could ask Wendy, Miss Beattie, if she's able to answer that for us.
Yep, sure. The Music in the Park day of the week has not actually been set yet, but we have confirmed that it will not be on the same night as the market. Music in the Park, or movie in the park as well. We have not set the specific dates for those yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it sounds like there'll be a number of evenings of entertainment or sale this year. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from any other members of the committee at this time? Okay, we had a mover and a seconder on this. We've no more questions. All those in favor? Oh, we're going to go on the computer?
We do it electronically.
You got disciplined once before by somebody who sat in this spot, and you're working for a second one. And I haven't forgot that one, so I can just add to it, right, Madam Mayor? When I was a kid, you went to the office and the ruler was on the hand. It was called a strap. Got to vote on it now. The results up yet? Councillor Bell? Okay, it's done now. Okay, it's carried. Thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for your presentation. If you're still there, I can't see it on the screen.
Yep,
Thank you very much. I hope you're not late for your meeting.
it's fine. Thank you so much.
All right,
Have a
thanks
good night.
again. Take care. Good evening.
Thanks.
Okay, committee, let's move on to consent agenda items. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the items will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. Consent agenda items. Number 1, West Lincoln Santa Claus Parade Committee. Number 1, minutes of August the 31st, 2022. Number 2, minutes of September 14th, 2022. Number 3, minutes of September 28th, 2022. Number 4, minutes of November the 9th, 2022. Number 5, minutes of November the 16th, 2022. Number 6, minutes of November 25th, 2022. Number 7 is minutes of January 25th, 2023. And number 8 is minutes of February the 1st, 2023. Number 2 is West Lincoln Public Library Board, minutes of November the 18th, 2022. Number 3 is 2022 DWQMS Management Review Summary. Number 4 is 2022 Water Distribution System Annual Report. And number 5 is 2022 Water Quality Annual Report. The recommendation that the Public Works and Recreation Committee hereby approves the following consent agenda items, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, B, and are hereby received for information with the exception of any items that any members of committee wish to bring up. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull, it doesn't matter which one, 3, 4, or 5. I have one comment based on all of that.
On the Santa Claus?
No, no, definitely not. Drinking water.
The drinking water. So you want number 3?
3 is fine.
3 is fine?
I'm not going to speak 3 separate times. I just have some comments, please.
I thought you wanted Santa Claus parade. Any other members of committee? Any others? All right, we had a mover and a seconder. We have a mover and a seconder for the initial. Councillor Bell and Madam Mayor. Any further questions on other than number 3? Councillor Chicha?
I would have moved the minutes, but since some of them are from August to September, I wasn't here, nor was Councillor Bell, because we would not have been elected as yet. So we'd need to split those if we want to have, and can we vote for them? That would be my question, Mr. Chair.
Through the clerk?
We had this one
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Chichak. Yes, you can, it's basically just confirming that the minutes are there. They're being presented. There's only one member of council that sits on that committee, which is Councillor Riley, and we rely on the fact that he being in attendance at those meetings and seeing the minutes are correct. So we're just basically saying the minutes are correct. It's not that you were in attendance at those meetings, because normally it's only Councillor Riley.
So we're okay to vote?
Yes.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Any further questions on any of them other than number 3? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I have it open. Oops, it's open.
Pardon me?
I have it open.
You have it open. Oh, yeah, we got to do that. So, see, I keep forgetting that done. All right. And then we have to wait.
I don't know why, Councillor Bell, if you want to tell me how you want to vote, I have no idea why you're not putting them on. It's 7.
Okay, good. That was carried. Thank you. Now, with regards to number 3, it was moved by Madam Mayor. I need a seconder for that one, please. Councillor Riley seconded. And Madam Mayor, you're free to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been pulling this item since I hit council in 2016, but I really do think that when we think about the tragedy at Walkerton, and which happened in 2002, of course, that we really need to not just brush over this item, but make sure that we are commending staff for the work that's been done in making sure that West Lincoln has safe drinking water, whether people are getting it at the station and taking bulk water home, or whether they're getting it through their tap. I think we need to be mindful of how lucky we are that we have good, safe drinking water. Again, you know, there were no problems with the drinking water this last time, and I think that that shouldn't be treated lightly. I think we should be very grateful that we can depend on being able to have safe drinking water. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from any other members? Okay, we vote again. I'll open it up and we move on. One more time. The other way is a lot faster, you know that. This electronics is not a quick way to do this. His is not working? Okay, so you got the, we got the result. Okay, good. So that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Number 8 is communications. There are no communications. Number 9 is staff reports. 9.1 is item PW 02-23, Project Manager Ray Vachon and Director of Public Works and Recreation Mike DiPolo. Recommendation report PW-01-2023, Pearson Bridge TWL-ID-B23, Rehabilitation Tender Award. Recommendation 1, that the recommendation report PW-01-23, Pearson Bridge TWL-ID-B23, Rehabilitation Tender Award dated February 21st, 2023 be received. And 2, that council awards the tender submissions to Anthony Excavating Central, Inc. in the amount of $1,034,502.12, excluding HST, and that a project contingency allowance in the amount of $109,833.01 be provided for this project, and that the construction, administration, and inspection of the project be awarded to Associated Engineering Ontario Limited at a cost of $62,620, and that the council pre-approve $250,000 requested in the 2023 budget for additional funding for Pearson Bridge Rehabilitation Project, and that the council approve the total project cost expenditures of $1,250,000, and that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with Anthony Excavating Central, Inc. I need a mover and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Chichok and Councillor Broderick. Any questions from members of committee regarding this recommendation? Nothing. Councillor Bell.
So they're asking for $250,000 to be granted to them out of the 23 budget, which we haven't presented. So in good faith, if we say we'll give it to them, if for some reason the budget gets turned down, obviously he won't have the money. Would that not be correct?
Madam Clerk? That would be correct. Or it would go to Mr.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bell. That's why we're asking, I believe, there's a recommendation here, recommendation number 5, we're asking for pre-approval of that $250,000 as part of this report. And that $250,000, this is a bridge that is on the boundary of Waynfleet and the Township of West Lincoln. So both Waynfleet and West Lincoln are cost sharing 50-50. So the $250,000 is a gross budget. Our share is only $125,000 of that. So this report is basically asking for that pre-approval of the 2023 budget tonight. The reason why is because we have we put out the tenders. Waynfleet already has their council that approved the budget, so we would like to keep the ball rolling and get the funds approved so that we could start the project ASAP. Hope that answers your question.
Yep.
Any further questions, Councillor Bell? No?
No, we're good.
Anybody else? Okay, now we vote. Does it work? Still doesn't work?
Sorry, I don't know why yours isn't
Okay, that carries. We move on to 9.2, item PW03-23, Coordinator of Engineering Services, Jennifer Bernard, and Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DiPaula. Recommendation report PW03-2023, 7807 Concession 3 Road Land Transfer Declaration as a public highway. Recommendation that the recommendation report PW-03-2023 re 7807 Concession 3 Road Land Transfer Declaration as a public highway dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and that a bylaw be passed to declare Part 1 on reference plan number 30R-15989 on Concession 3 Road as a public highway. Need a mover and a seconder for that, please. Madam Mayor, Councillor Trombetta, any questions from members of committee regarding this item? Seeing none, I guess we vote. Seems like October 24th all over again. Okay. Yeah, everybody votes. Okay, well, it's unanimous. I haven't got it. Okay? Didn't come through. It's all right. Oh. I actually didn't mess up this time. This is a first. Okay, thank you. Other business, item PW 05-23, members of council, other business items of an informative nature from anybody? Seeing none, new business, only for items that require immediate attention or direction must first be approved a motion to introduce a new item of business. Seeing none, confidential matters, there are no confidential matters in Public Works tonight, and this adjourns tonight of the Public Works at 7:12 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening once again, everyone. Thank you for welcome you back, and thank you for attending again this portion of the Administration Fire Finance Committee meeting. Thank you, Chair Rayner, for your presentation and chairing of Public Works. Just So I've read the land acknowledgement statement, so I'll head to number 5. Any changes in items onto the agenda? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I'd like to move 12.1, item A04-23, before the staff reports on the operating and capital budget is presented to council, as item A04-23 could have an effect on the budget, as this item deals with council's remuneration, possibly expense policies and the protocol accounts. The talks about the ask and with the amendment to expenses in the policy, and also a personal matter also.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bell. I need a seconder for that to move that up. Councillor Rayner. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? All those in favor of moving item number 12.1 up? Oh, sorry. She wouldn't have it like automated. No, that could have been Rayner's opportunity to come after me. Sorry, do you want to speak to it, Councillor Bell, one more?
Sorry. I believe I want to go into confidential for this matter.
Okay. So, need a seconder for that to go into confidential. We got Councillor Rayner. Sorry.
We're moving the item though
Up.
forward on the agenda. I don't think it needs another resolution to go into.
That doesn't? Okay.
But it does need to meet the requirement to go into closed session, just so you're aware.
Person,
He said he did say personal matters to it.
So, yeah, okay, so we do.
personnel
We
matter.
need that one to go, to move it forward, carried,
That carried, yes.
Okay. Now we need to go into closed session, and it's for personnel.
So I had,
Personnel matters?
No, personnel matter. To do with an employee of the township.
Okay, that's not on the agenda then.
I think that's what he's trying to get. He's trying to.
Then that's a new item of business, sorry.
Okay, then let's move it.
Sorry.
Would we use the confidential maybe at the end of the night? Is there another section for confidential, maybe both
Well,
of those?
we would have to bring it up. Through you, Mr. Chair.
hey, but it's a good start, everyone. Councillor Riley through myself to the clerk. Go ahead.
So in order for an item that is not on the agenda to come forward on the agenda, it would have to be brought up as a new item of business, which is later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
If you want that to occur now, you would have to move new item forward on the agenda, and then we would consider the new item the new item, and then we would have to go and refer it to closed session.
Okay.
So my question, Mr. Chair, if I may, was just asking whether or not if it made sense. I know Councilor Bell was trying to move it forward. If we just wait till later in the agenda to address as a new item, and then we can deal with whether we're going to close or not, so we can move forward with the rest of the presentation that we have tonight. I don't know if I don't understand. I don't know what the urgency is to do it right now.
Well, one he wants to to Councillor Riley. One, he wants to because he thinks it will have some budget implications.
Okay.
So one, we're going to have to. So if we can, so I think his intentions are to get it all over with, then going back again.
Okay. All right.
But unfortunately, it's not unfortunate, but the process has not been done correctly, and we need to do the process correctly at this moment. Is what the clerk is looking for.
Agreed.
So we have the resolution to move item 12.1, which is the council remuneration issue
Correct.
on the agenda. That has carried. Now I understand there is another item, which is something to do with staff or personnel. And I probably just, so we need to then have a new item of business be introduced, and being what that item is, that needs to carry. And if that carries, then we need to have a resolution to go into closed session.
Okay. So
we need the new item of business to come up, deal with that.
Councillor Rayner, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to.
Your microphone, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add a new item of business, please.
Okay.
I need a
Seconder.
seconder.
So Councillor Rayner would like to item a new item of business, seconded by Councillor Bell.
Okay, the items pertain to a personal matter of staff.
Okay. So we have a new item of business introduced by Councillor Rayner, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any comments or questions
Oh,
on?
I had the other way around, so.
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Oh, yeah, no, okay.
Any comments or questions for this to be tied with the second one? All those in favor? Oh, you're doing it the,
No, I'm sorry, I can't get it.
I get confused.
all those in favor to go into closed?
No,
for-
no,
Sorry.
this is a new item of
New,
business.
sorry, there's a lot all at once to begin the meeting, so please bear with me, everyone. All those in favor for a new item of business brought by Councillor Rayner and Councillor Bell, all those in favor of a new item of business? And that carries. So now do we need one to go into, an item to go to closed?
We do, and that. So now we need an item to go into closed session. I don't know if you're doing that right now, or if you're dealing with item 12.1 first.
So Councillor Bell, since you did pass the first motion, I'm not sure what,
It's, the first one, we can deal with it now, if you'd like.
sure.
Like do it, get it out of the way, because I think that it could possibly tie into the budget,
Okay,
so.
so go ahead, Councillor Bell, the floor is yours.
So basically what I want to talk about is the remuneration for councillors, okay? And I propose that the councillors' remuneration be increased from what it is now. It hasn't moved in many years, and since things have changed with council, we're doing a lot more than was ever done before. We're attending a lot more meetings. We're coming in earlier now to attend these meetings. There's, I mean, I got a list, I can go on and on with stuff that
Okay, so,
is involved, but the ask is, the short version of the ask, I'd like to increase it from where it is now to $2,500 a month. And I don't believe that's a big ask when you work it out. I do believe that every councillor that sits around here works a minimum of 35 hours. No, it's on.
now it is, it's shut off there, Terry. Yep, it's on.
Take that stupid thing off.
Absolutely.
Sure. Works for me.
I can hear you here, Terry, but I don't know about people in the back. I don't know. Rob, can you hear him okay? See, there you go.
The biggest thing is
Yeah,
the
for sure.
feed.
Yeah, so yeah, try to talk into the mic, Councillor Bell, because it is,
Okay, Jason.
thank you. The floor is still yours, Councillor Bell.
I lost my train of thought.
We'll get it back.
Anyway, what I was saying was that dealing with the remuneration, I'd like to see it increase to $2,500 a month, because council does a lot more than they've ever done before. They're putting many more hours in, coming to more meetings than we've ever had to come to. And I believe that every councilor around this horseshoe works a minimum of 35 hours a week, probably more in the 45-hour per week, in their line of duties and doing things. Costs have gone up. You use your own vehicle, and if you're using your vehicle for anything other than personal use, there's more insurance applied to it, because if you happen to have an automobile accident while you're doing other business other than personal, your insurance will be null and void. You know, service has gone up for the vehicle, gas has gone up for the vehicle, and the ask is, in my opinion, a very minimal ask, and it's long overdue for councilors for years.
Okay.
That's my ask, and it's
Okay.
open for discussion.
Anybody else would like to comment on Councillor Bell? Councillor Rayner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand where Councillor Bell is coming from. For many years, I've been asking for this same situation. There's a number of things, as Councillor Bell mentioned, the fact that there's a lot of meetings that we attend and we don't get paid for. There's a lot of meeting with residents out and abroad, and our wards are very large. We don't, because we do it within the township, we don't get anything for our allowance for our vehicles. The amount of workload that's been put on us has been considerably different from many, many years ago. I know Councillor Riley doesn't like history too much, especially mine, but if I go back, when we first started, I used to get the packages delivered to my door for planning, for example, and Mr. Treble's here, he can attend to that. They used to be about 100, 120 pages. They used to be about all they were. The meetings weren't that long. Now the pages can be 400 or 500 pages. The amount of work is a lot longer. So we've got 5 times as much as we had to do before. And for example, staffing. When I first started, we had a CAO. He also was director of finance. Now we have 2 people doing that. That costs us a couple $100,000 more than it did before with 1 person. So that's 3 times the increase in costs to the township. But our wages haven't gone up 3 times. They've only gone up the cost of allowance. So we haven't kept up with the staffing, and the amount of time that we spend is considerable, and it is increasing all the time. But there has not been a gradual increase to keep up with this, as council has made sure that staff have. And it's a difficult situation because you have to reward yourself, as they say, and it's very uncomfortable. And just about every time this has been brought up, except on one occasion, staff has always been, council's always been reluctant to do it for probably political reasons. But the point is that it's difficult when the accountability has to be with the individual and not somebody else judging you. And that makes this a lot more difficult, and that's why it's taken so long to get to this point. But it's got to the point now where there is an extreme difference, and the compensation that we offer our people who work for this township are being done as fairly and equitably as we can, comparing to other municipalities. But in our particular case, our workload has gone up substantially, but the compensation, as we did for staff when their workload went up, we hired more people or we paid them more, we did not get that. So I believe I agree with Councillor Bell. It's a long time overdue. And the other important thing, and I've said it for years and years and years, and again, when you have to judge yourself, people don't put up their hand, but MPPs and MPs get paid a very good salary. And there are lots of cases where doctors or lawyers have given up their profession to go into it. Why? Because they want to make a difference, they want to help the community, but they're also compensated on a level that recognizes their contribution to what they're doing. Well, a lot of us make a lot of decisions in this council that affect the future of this township, where the homes are located, where things happen, where fire halls go, where just about everything happens in this township is directed through council. We have one of the most important jobs that there can be in council, in looking after the direction and future of our township, but we're not compensated for it. So the thing is, when you go for elections, if the dollar value reflects more the responsibility, we're going to get more people to turn out for this. Right now, we had in the last election that was on October 24th last year, we had 15 people for a population of 15,000 that wanted to do it. A couple weeks after that, I'm walking my dogs down Kaser Center Road, and one of the constituents stopped and put down their window, husband and wife, and said, "We voted for you, Mike. I don't know why in the heck you do this for. You got to be crazy, but we voted for you. I hope you enjoy it." And it was almost like, wow, are you crazy? Because there wasn't an incentive out there that could get other qualified people like they do MPPs and MPs, where we're going to get a mix of people with a solid background, and they're going to be compensated for the knowledge and experience that they bring to the table. And that's the important thing also that I think this brings forward, and that's why I'm so supportive of Councillor Bell, and I appreciate him taking it. It's gutsy move. It's always open to criticisms. People out there say, oh yeah, you guys got an increase. But they don't put their name in the hat. They don't come in here to do it, but they're sure critical of us who have to sit here and do it. So I think it's only fair that it goes this way, and I think it may open the doors and opportunities down the road in the future for other people who may say, you know something, compensation is more reasonable now. I think I would like to see them put my contributions and help this township in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rayner. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess to you, to Councillor Rayner, because he mentioned my name about not wanting history, I want to be clear. I certainly have no issue with history. My only issue is when the councillor restates his history about 7 or 8 times each year. That's why I call that out there. So I just want to clarify that for the record.
Thank you.
But I guess to comment, on what's being proposed here, I'll mention this much.
Mike, turn your mic off, please. Mike. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Rod, to interrupt.
So I guess even what Councillor Rayner is saying there, and I just want to clarify, because I can just imagine how this is going to be written on tomorrow's news, is I by no means do I believe, as much as people of the community have reached out to me as well during the campaign to kind of question why we bother putting our names forward, and during the abuse that sometimes can come from being an elected official. At the same time, no one's losing sleep over how little we make. And I think that's important to acknowledge as well, because you know, as much as, you know, people have, you know, reached out and say, you know, in so many other words, I haven't necessarily been called crazy, but I know my family and friends were certainly not. We're questioning why not I wanted to run for re-election, not considering what you have to endure and how little it actually compensates you for. We kind of all do it because we want to do it to represent the community, right? And we do it out of the goodness of our heart. But I do. And something that Councillor Rayner mentioned, and I do kind of resonate with the concern about what the future looks like. I know myself, I have no intentions on being a career politician. You know, I don't have any idea if I want to run again next term or not, but I do have concerns that what the next group of leaders is going to look like. If you look at Pelham, for example, I believe it was only 2 of their councillors and their mayor that originally put their name forward. I think there was another person who put their name forward, and most of their wards went empty, and there was 2 acclaims. We saw that in Lincoln as well. The mayor for Lincoln got acclaimed. I think the regional councillor got acclaimed. And what I don't want to see for our community is to be stuck with leadership they did not get a chance to vote for. I don't know if the request here is going to be enough to motivate the individuals in which I think Councillor Rayner hopes to inspire, or Councillor Bell hopes to inspire, to put their names forward. But at the same time, I certainly can get on board with, if that's the idea and that's the framework, I certainly can get on board with that. I just think that at the same time, I don't think it's something that we want to have misrepresented as far as how it's being perceived. And I guess what I'm trying to say there in terms of the ask now versus at the end of a term by any means. I get it, you know, it's easier to kind of get the ball rolling now while we can, ensuring that we're protecting, I guess, that leadership that will be the future to come. But right now, I certainly have no problem supporting this at this time. Okay.
Any other members of the committee? Councillor Broderick?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Director DeFilippis. Councillor Bell had mentioned a $2,500 a month remuneration to increase to $2,500 a month. I should know how much I make, but I don't know how much per month, and that equates to $30,000 per year. Do you have it at your fingertips as to what the councillor budget is for per month or per year?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Broderick. Thank you for the question. I did some quick calculations. This is just wages. It doesn't include benefits, because a lot of benefits are tied to wages. So right now, the way we budget for councillors' wages is they receive a cost of living tied to the collective agreement. So there would be an increase in April. So I just did a quick calculation. It would work out to approximately $21,700 annually, and the request is for $30,000 annually. So a quick calculation I just did. It's about $49,700 annual cost if the councillors were to go to $30,000 a year. And there would be additional costs for some benefits, because OMERS is tied to your wages, and some of the group benefits are. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and even more so than what I had thought of. So I appreciate the bottom line impact to the 2023 budget of just shy of $50,000. And I think a meeting or two ago, I couldn't do math on percentages, so Googled percentage calculator, and the difference between what we currently will be making in April to this new increase is 38.24% increase. And as we sit around this horseshoe over the next few hours, we're certainly going to be discussing increases across the table. And, you know, I personally, and certainly can only speak for myself, will have a very difficult time at supporting such a large increase for our compensation.
Okay.
So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of of all that sit here, and we'll vote on this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Madam Mayor? Absolutely.
So we did have a report, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. We had a report that came through last spring, and at that point in time, we were just at the beginning of an election, and I was the only person at that point who had put her name in to run for mayor, and the only recommendation that came forward at that time was that the mayor's salary be increased when the 50th percentile was looked at of councillors across the area, the region, and so I turned that down. I said when there was no increase for councillors, I couldn't see that a mayor's increase was warranted as somebody who was planning to run for this position. At the time, former Mayor Bilsma also supported that was something that he felt wasn't justified either when there was no increase for other councillors. So I certainly understand what the councillors are saying, and if you're talking about a work increase, I certainly see a work increase on my perspective, but this is a really, really tough budget. And so I just question the timing, actually, Mr. Chair, just simply because I think we all sort of came prepared to look closely at this budget and look to see how we can bring this down for our residents. I just find that the timing is a little off. Perhaps 2023 is not the best time to be looking at that, in spite of the fact that I am supportive of future increases down the road.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll look at this side. Councillor Shishak, anything you'd like to add before I go to people for a second time? Just so everybody knows, I have sort of some game rules for tonight, but I didn't get a chance because I got caught off guard with the motion, so I will go back to that afterwards. So, Councillor Chichuk.
I've listened to all the parties here, and certainly I understand our prudence here in West Lincoln, and I commend our staff for trying to undertake a compensation review, which should never be done by staff, because no matter what they say, it'll never be heard, and it's never going to be right. And I've said that openly and to individuals who have asked me. But I would say that the one thing that I am saddened by is some of the discussion about people not running because there's not enough money in it, although I don't think that the kind of money, even with what we're talking about, is sufficient to drag out a lot of people. And we want people who want to put their all into it. But the one thing that does perhaps frustrate me is that when I did this job last, there was a 1/3 tax-free, which most municipalities somehow reflected in the compensation to make what the take-home that a councillor made was not burdened by tax now when it wasn't before. So that it was just like another piece of, it's good for the province, it's good for the feds, but it's not good for the local municipal tier. And I certainly know through research and asking that was a problem. I guess it's always bugged me. And I don't know why.
I remember when they did that, yeah.
But anyway, that has always bothered me. So on top of anything that anyone else is saying, I put that out there because it is a frustrating point. And if we are going to further discuss and debate this tonight, that's my comment. I don't disagree that the workload and use of people's own vehicle and expenses going up and insurance going up are things that we tend to overlook. That's been going on for years. I mean, in the 8 years that I sat on council before, those things have been constantly climbing. If there is a desire to somehow address this that is going to make not villains or angry people around the table, that puts it into motion, I'd be willing to listen to how we would approach this as we continue this discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Shishak. I got Councillor Bell for a second time. I'll just put a few comments in. I wanted to start this meeting off again. Sorry, Councillor Bell. I just, I'd just like everybody to know that, this is our first meeting to discuss the budget this evening. Tonight is the opportunity for members of council to ask questions about the budget and make some preliminary requests on changes. At the end of the evening, we will likely be giving, just so everybody knows, we'll be likely giving the staff some changes based on committee direction, and updated budget will further be discussed on the March 20th. So just to make you all aware of that right now. And members of council, I would ask that your questions, which you guys have been doing so far, come in a respectful manner And if we need to direct the questions, please direct it through the chair. I'd also request that I go to you once and then try to go to everybody, including staff, once before I go to you a second and third time. You know, we can be here for a while this evening because we do have a lot of things to digest and go through. So please be mindful of your colleagues beside you and staff. I will come to you each once, and if I have to come to you 5 times, I'll go to someone else who hasn't spoken first, including staff, prior to coming back to you as we get further into the meat and potatoes of this budget. So Councillor Bell, those were my comments just to set the way I would like to handle this meeting this evening, so I will come to you next. You're on, the floor is yours.
So I appreciate the treasurer putting the package together, saying that the ask total would be $30,000 instead of $21,423 a year of an increase. Also throwing in the benefits and everything else, bringing it up in the close to $40,000. One thing I don't recall, and I've never recalled it, is when we do staff increases, we deal with straight staff increase. Never get rolled in what the total amount would be for benefits and everything that goes with it. So maybe in the future, if this is how we're going to do it, we need to do it for everybody. Let's not be selective. We're doing it for council and not everybody else. So I still believe it's a reasonable ask. I've heard everybody. I've heard the comments in favor of or against. I also heard the mayor say that this is not a good time to do it. I'm not sure when is a good time. It's never a good time to talk about increases for individuals any time of year. So to me, this is a good time. It's budget, and if it has to be rolled into the budget, if it does go through, then this is a time to talk about it. If it doesn't go through, then there's no change of the budget. Totally understood in my part.
Okay.
So I think it is a good time to talk about it, and I'm glad that we're having a wholesome discussion about it. So I appreciate everybody's comments, either for or against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Rayner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everybody's pretty well discussed it now, and I know Donna has a presentation to make, and we're going to get into a lot of other stuff. So we've kind of, I think Councillor Bell has basically brought this forward, and we know what our position is and
So
what
we
we're
need
thinking about it.
sheets.
Now we have to see how this flows and how everything else balances in order to see how this would fit.
But she needs a direction from council to knows what she's got to come back with eventually. So we have to come up with a direction that we could at least give her this evening, and then she comes back at another future date. So
Through you, Mr. Chair, I still have the floor, I believe.
Absolutely.
You're going to ask Councillor Bell if he's going to have a motion then to put forward that this be considered, because this is not the decision-making month.
and
The
that's
decision-making month is next month. This is most of the prep work and discussions, and hopefully 90-some-odd% of it will be put together so that next month things kind of fall into place and we can work very closely to finishing it off. This is basically open to everybody right now, and to get everything off your chest and see where everything falls.
I think enough's been said on this thing, this motion brought forward by Councillor Bell. So Councillor Bell, if you would like to put a motion forward that it gets referred to back to the Director of Finance to come back at a future date in March, which is the next, yeah. Sorry, do you have something prior to the Councillor?
I do, Councillor Trombetta.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sorry. I'm looking at the budget pressures, and I'm looking at the non-union grid implementation, and that is happening over a number of years. And I'd like us to look at options, if this is to be considered, that I understand, and I've made my comment about one item that just bugs me, but I look at also the fact that our staff's increases are being done over a number of years, and I think we should look at options on how we might want to implement this.
So you requesting that instead of Councillor Bell's one option, that Donna comes back with a couple options? Is that your?
You've put it to Councillor Bell to put a motion forward. I don't want to preempt what he's going to say, but I think that this isn't the night for us to make demands. It's asking for information, which we've now discussed this, now bring it back. So I will allow for Councillor Bell to put his motion forward, but I'm just saying that might be one of the considerations is you want options.
Thank you. Councillor Chichuk. Before your motion, Councillor Bell, I do have Councillor Riley's.
So I don't know, like when we go and put the motion to it, granted it gets a mover and seconder, it's kind of opened up for debate again. We don't really have a motion before us. But my question, I guess, doesn't matter whether it comes now or later, but I guess to you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance, question I have is, in trying to be, a little bit open-minded with the whole process, is this something that we can allow members of council to opt in, opt out? I feel like this is always going to be a political thing, and it's easy to kind of cherry pick what side you want to be on, but yet, if you vote against it, you still benefit from it. So is this something that you can kind of opt in, opt out to kind of take that pressure away, and then that way that information could be, I guess, shared with the public who actually opt in and who actually opt out?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. From what I remember, the bylaw that we have in existence does allow for opting out. I know the bylaw we had for not the previous council, but the council before definitely had that option. Okay. What would have to happen is we have to give notice that council remuneration will be reviewed. So we would include that in our budget notice so the public knows that's part of the Municipal Act. We would have to draw up a bylaw, but I suppose if council were to approve a certain rate in March, the bylaw could come the month after, perhaps. I'll let that to the clerk because she's the pro on that. Just because we wouldn't know what rate to put in the bylaw that evening if council so does wish to have options. In terms of who decided to opt out, the public would know that information in the annual report we do. We do that report, I believe, every March, where we list council remuneration and anything they got reimbursed for. So that would be where that information would be brought to the public.
Okay.
In that annual report.
So if someone felt that they weren't worthy of it, they could opt out, and then at that point, they can see, the public would have access to have that information. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah,
So, okay, thank you.
Just like we have now when she does it annually in January. Is that correct?
Well, I think it comes in April.
Oh, April?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, I believe the Municipal Act requires it by the end of March.
Okay.
I think.
We're both close.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, when we looked at this last spring, there needed to be a public meeting first. Does this public, wrong word there, it came out, public budget process account for that? Is that, or do we still need to do some kind of a public meeting like we had to propose the last time around? Just really clarification, please.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan, I apologize. The budget meeting, when we put notice in the paper for that one, we would also make an amendment to that advertisement, just saying that council remuneration will be discussed at this meeting as well. All our meetings are public meetings. It's more that we have to give notice. Okay, the public needs to know that we're going to be talking about this at this meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure because of the timing of this and how that worked out, whether the process was the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I don't have anything else, can I go to Councillor Bell? Go ahead.
That's why I brought it up now in the public, so it stays in the public eye. I want it to go to the public. I want them to know what's going on. And while we're on that topic, protocol, is it the same policy? Do we have to, because that's coming back also. I had it last month talking about protocol policy. We want to review that. And that's on the agenda in the future. Does that also notice in the paper for the public? Or how do you want to handle that?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, that is an expense policy that would not require public notice.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Riley?
Sorry, and I know Mr. Bell, Councillor Bell says the floor there. I think, if I'm understanding correctly, I don't think he's talking about the amount. I think he's talking specifically to certain parts of the bylaw. If you could correct me if I misunderstood there.
No, exactly. Just what it was. Excuse me. Just what we talked about the last month. I just want to make sure that everything's out in the open. So if it needs to go public, that's fine. Let's do that. If it's just, as you say, talking about expenses and changing a couple of lines, that's okay too. But I want to make sure it's out in the open for everybody to know. There's absolutely nothing to be hidden here, and I have no intentions of doing that, nor does the rest of the council.
Okay.
So we need to get it out there.
Okay, so I think the clerk needs a directive from members of council, if I'm correct, Madam Clerk. So, go ahead, Councillor Bell, and we'll look for a seconder for your motion to direct.
So I need Joanne's help here, obviously, but I believe that send it back and let the staff or treasurer review it and come back with something next month, and we can debate it at that time, what it should look like moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Go ahead, Director of Finance.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, it would make my job a lot easier if there was an amount. Because if it's just left to review it, I think we need to put into the resolution the amount that was requested.
Okay. Now, you did have an amount there, Councillor Bell. Go ahead.
Yeah, the amount was to increase it from the 21,423, which was 16 something a month, to $2,500, going from $1,700 to $2,500 a month, which I believe you said equates to about $30,000 a year.
Did you able to get that partially in that motion, Madam Clerk? Yeah. Then when you're ready, we can read that out. Yes, absolutely.
I can read out what I have so far. I don't know if we'll have to tweak it a bit. Excuse me. Okay. That the Treasurer, Director of Finance be directed to include in the 2023 budget a $30,000 as the annual remuneration for councillors of the Township of West Lincoln, and that the council remuneration be referred to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting, and that public notice regarding consideration of council remuneration bylaw be advertised prior to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting per the requirements under Section 238 of the Municipal Act.
Okay, we heard the motion on the floor provided by Councillor Bell. I need a seconder for that motion. Thank you. Comments or questions on the motion? I have, sorry, Councillor Rayner second that. I have Councillor Bradrick, and then I have Councillor Chichuk. Councillor Bradrick.
I'm not sure if I should let Councillor Chichuk go ahead first, because I was going to basically piggyback on some of your earlier comments about some choices.
Mr. Chair, I'm actually just trying to figure out in my head what I would say. So if Councilor
Okay.
Braddock wants to go.
All right.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm trying
So
to.
I was hoping for some choices, perhaps what the tax levy pressures would be with $2,500 increments up from where we are now until the amount that Councillor Bell has suggested. If that could be included in the resolution, so that we could, as a council, could see the impact to raises by $2,500.
And I'll go through you to the Director of Finance. Director of Finance, do we need that in a motion, or do you show that when you come back to report to us?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, given that a report was brought forward last year and there was a certain methodology done, it would be easier if council puts it in the resolution what they want to see in this report. Otherwise, I don't really have anything. I would just do what I did last term, to tell you the truth. So whatever you can provide.
Okay.
I think, Councillor Bradrick, what you're referring to is if we consider $30,000 to be job rate, you would want to implement that over the term of council. Is that what you're thinking?
What I was thinking was, what the tax impact was on the tax base between what we make now to what Councillor Bell is suggesting of the $30,000 a year compensation, and by looking at going up by $2,500 per counselor, so that we can see the impact of those increments. Does that make sense, or not really?
So through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Broderick, if we say, you know, the annual impact is 49,000 and we know 1% is 83,000, it's approximately 0.6.
Right, so what I mean is a smaller compensation. So looking at building or going down from the 30,000 and then what that impact would be.
Okay, through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Broderick, probably that would be best discussed in March. You would see the report and then you could ask and say, oh, what if this was the amount? What if this is the amount?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you needed the guidance now in the resolution to do that.
I think what we've done in the past, Councillor Broderick, is you're looking for an A, B, and a C option is what you're looking for. So we'll hold that right now. Maybe Councillor Chichuk will probably tie something to that. We don't know yet. So I just want to, before I put any amendments to the motion, please let me hear from members of council. So instead of our clerk writing 3-4 separate motions, it might be all in one. So Councillor Rayner, I have Councillor Chichuk first, then I have Councillor Riley, then yourself. Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're speaking to Councillor Bell's motion. I'm not really sure that these will be friendly amendments or if anything we're doing, but in the spirit of having discussion, I think Councillor Broderick is coming down the pike to some of what it was I was looking back, that we ask staff to come back. Now, this is just me writing real quick. Come back with a review of council salaries on options of increases between current and $30,000, looking at increments that could be phased in over 3 to 5 years. So that means you want to look at it between what you got now and what you're going to have, 30,000, and you can tweak this all you want, but I was just trying to get it to a place where it would be increments that might take 3 or 5 years. I get that from the fact that the phase-in of staff salaries was that, and what the cost would be, but also the implications for salary that would occur if we did it over 3, and that can be changed because we're asking for those options to be looked at and explored, and that we would make the decision sometime in March or whatever prior to passing the budget. And quite frankly, if this was not concluded at the close of the budget, it would not be the first time we'd ever put in a contingency for something like this. And then if it wasn't passed or passed in its entirety, it would go to a reserve fund if we didn't approve the entirety of it. So I'm not sure that we're at risk if we were to have staff give us the options and we didn't figure out which option you liked, or if you wanted to do anything, so that we've looked at being fair, being understanding, and seeing all sides, and not having $40,000 sitting around in a slush fund, because it would go to reserve if it wasn't approved.
Okay.
That was really what I was trying to do. I apologize if it's sloppy.
Okay. Councillor Chichuk, I do have Director of Finance that wants to ask on that. If you don't mind, Councillor Riley, I know you were next. Okay.
Sorry, Chair Trombetta, I did not have a question.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were nodding at me. My fault.
No, I
thought
was
you went
nodding
like this.
that I understood.
Councillor Riley.
All right, thank you. I feel like we're making this a little bit more complicated than need be, and I'm really worried that we're accidentally polluting this with potential misinformation. I think what we have here is an ask for a specific item that's going to be brought back at a future meeting, and then we kind of go from there. I'd much rather the community understand what the actual ask is, not worrying about selling it from a different angle in any capacity. We have the ask of $30,000. We have the information of what we currently have now. Let that go forward, let that debate happen, but to kind of add a bunch of stuff to it now is, I don't know, it's just making it a little bit more work and a little bit more complicated, and it just, I don't know, it just kind of runs the risk of just being very confusing to the public, and they're going to have that misunderstanding of what's actually happening here, and I certainly don't want to see that. We want to make sure this is clean, this is transparent, and this is fair, so I would just ask that we keep it as concise as can be and as clean as can be, and then we worry about how that's going to take shape in March.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Rayner, and then I have Councillor Chichuk. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further to Councillor Bradrick's question, I know what she eventually was leading to is she wanted a progression scale up to 30,000 and what the impact would be in each one of those towards the budget. I don't want to belabor the Director of Finance, but we can easily do that here, or I could do it on the calculator. Our Director of Finance said the increase was 0.6 at 30,000. I got 0.58. All you have to do is subtract the difference between what you want and what you're making and divide that by 83,517, hit it as a percentage, and you'll know. So we're not going to tie up a lot of time doing this. This is simple math that can be done if you want a progression scale next week. But I think, as Councillor Riley said, basically the crux is that's what Councillor Bell would like. That's what I believe the Director should work with, and then we'll discuss it further next week when the Director's got everything put together.
Okay. Councillor Chichuk, go ahead.
Thank you. I've not been ever accused of lying or trying to make things unclear or untransparent, but I have been known to overthink things. So for that, I don't apologize. But I was trying to come up with methods of understanding how we were moving forward and how I could legitimately even consider this with one big felled swoop, given that we also have a grid that was passed by the last council that did not give job rate to anybody. Okay. So I was trying to consider that when we have people who've been here for 14 or 15 or 16 years who are still waiting to get to the job rate that they probably should have. So I was trying to attempt to get a lot of things done, which didn't hide the fact and did not try to belabor, although I do apologize. I wanted the calculations done by our treasurer rather than us, and I wanted to be able to see if we could work together as a team to get to something that worked for everyone. And that was really the essence of my trying to do it in a graduated scale and getting it to come back to us so that we could all say, oh, and that's what it is. But that's really what I want to do. I'm not trying to be transparent, and I don't think perhaps my motion is a friendly amendment, which I've already said. So at the appropriate time, if this motion did not come back, I'd be doing the calculations anyway. And if Councillor Bell didn't want us to look at other options, that's his prerogative, and we'll put the motion to a vote. But please, let's not start getting down to the point where we're castigating theories on other members of council. I am transparent. I do want to see this information. I'd like to think that we could all vote for it in an appropriate manner, and that's what I was trying to do. So, no offense, Councillor Bell, that's all I was trying to do, and I thank you. So, I'll wait now to see where the motion goes.
Thank you, Councillor Chichuk. Councillor Bell.
So the intent and numbers, you know, we wanted to go out from what we were getting per month, take it to $2,500 a month. It was put on the floor for discussion. Lots of good things, you know. One of the things you do here, can we spread it out over the 4 years till the end of the term? I don't have an issue with that, not at all. You know, if that's the will of the council, that's fine. You know, you take that amount effective January 1st and work it over the 4-year term.
Okay.
And whatever it works out to be, so be it. It's not a case, it was put out there because nothing has ever happened to council. They haven't had an increase other than the 1% all the time. They're long overdue for it, and it's been years since it's happened, and it's going to be years before it happens again. And I'm being honest with you. Anybody don't believe that's the truth? Well, it's going to be a long time before they get another increase like this. It's time to bring it up to where it should be, and then go from there with the pay scales. No different than what we do for our staff, and we look after our staff. So I think it's time that, and we as council, depending on the mood of the day, sometimes we're called staff, sometimes we're called counselors because we're not staff. So I can show you documents. It's in there. You know it is. So do I.
Okay.
So my ask is very simple.
Okay, so I got Mayor Ganan.
Okay, so I would just like to go back through you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chair, to Councillor Bell, because it sounds to me like he has presented his own friendly amendment in terms of spreading it out over over the period of time so that we eventually end up there. And if that's your intention, then I feel that that's well supported, and I can certainly support that. But if we're suddenly jumping in this day and, in terms of what we have to do with the rest of this evening, in terms of shaving budget items, then I have a problem with it. So once you are firm, sir, about what you want in your motion, then...
So may I interject here, Madam Mayor? So the way Councillor Bell is making it, so can we have, and to make it easier for our Director of Finance, an option A and an option B, would that be sufficient enough, Councillor Bell? Option A is your first, and as an option B as a phased in?
Yeah, so I agree with that. It was put on the floor tonight so I could have this wholesome discussion with everybody, and it has happened. And one of the options is to phase it in over the term. And I think that's a good option. I do believe that's workable.
Okay.
And I do believe that it should happen. I myself personally do.
But the way she'll present it back to us in March would be
fine.
showing those two options,
Yep.
if that's okay with you, and we can add it to that motion if that's
Because I
okay.
can support that myself.
Would that be the consensus of members of committee? Option A and option B. Is that okay with the members of committee?
I'm good with that.
Okay. So if Madam Clerk, can we add that to the original motion that Councillor Bell presented? And then when you're prepared, we can read it out and then we'll vote on it.
Okay, the resolution reads that the Treasurer Director of Finance be directed to include in the 2023 budget a $30,000 annual remuneration for councillors for the Township of West Lincoln, and that the Treasurer Director of Finance be directed to undertake a review and report back regarding annual remuneration with two options, with and without phased-in options over a 4-year period, without and with. A phased-in option over a 4-year period for councillors be referred to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting, and that public notice regarding the consideration of the council remuneration bylaw be advertised prior to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting per the requirements under Section 238 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have the Director of Finance.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, if it's the will of council, I think it would be appropriate to have a separate report in March regarding council remuneration as opposed to including it with the budget report. Depending on what is passed, then we can recalculate a levy if required, and you can pass the budget that way. I just think it would be easier to discuss that separate from the overall budget. That's my recommendation, if it could be a separate report.
And I don't think members of committee will have a problem because they are trying to be as best as transparent as possible, and I think that would be according. Madam Clerk?
Based on what Donna is saying, then I would suggest that the first recommendation that I put forward to include the $30,000 in the 2023 budget be removed, and that the Treasurer Director of Finance be directed to undertake a review and report back regarding regarding a change of the council remuneration to $30,000, and report back with the two options, without and with a phased-in option over 4 years for councillors, and that be done at the March Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting, and that public notice regarding the consideration of council remuneration bylaw be advertised prior to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting as per the requirements under Section 238 of the Municipal Act. So I'm eliminating one and just having it that she report back on that $30,000 with options.
I have Donna once again.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, so the report will include the options. There'll be the original ask, and then there'll be phase-in, options, everything will be have a cost to it, and then council can vote on that, and then we can see, recalculate the budget.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That night. Councillor Bell, you okay with, this is your motion, so.
No, I'm okay with it. It just seems like the treasurer's gonna do a lot of work. It seems pretty obvious that everybody's agreeing to phase the increase in over the 4 years. So she's,
I don't think everybody's on board
Everybody
with
has
just that one. I think they just want to see the two options
I'm okay to see it. It just seems
I think
like
they
a lot of
just,
work for her.
it's,
okay.
I think that, I guess through the conversation that we've been having here, I think it's what I think the members of the committee would like to see. So I'm not opposed to it, and I think Director of Finance is not afraid of any work, so I think we'll be okay.
No, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Bring it back.
I know it's a long one, Madam Clerk. I think that's it for comments on this. We can read it for a final time and get a seconder on this motion.
Yes,
Or-
because it was moved by
Councillor
Councillor
Rayner.
Bell and
Seconded by
seconded by Councillor
Vote on the
Rayner.
motion.
And if they're good with this resolution, sorry. So, that the Treasurer Director of Finance be directed to include, sorry, take that part out. That the Treasurer Director of Finance be directed to undertake a review and report back regarding a $30,000 annual remuneration for councillors for the Township of West Lincoln, including two options, bracket without and with a phased-in option over a 4-year period. For councillors I'm not sure if I said that again. I don't that word. Be referred to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting, and that public notice regarding consideration of the public remuneration bylaw be advertised prior to the March 20th Administration Finance Fire Committee meeting per the requirements under Section 238 of the Municipal Act.
Okay. So you had moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Rayner. I will come to committee once again. Any comments or questions on this motion? Seeing none, are you going to do an electronic vote? Will be coming across your screens, members of committee, and your vote will be taken up. That's carried. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bell, for bringing that forward. We have another. We had another new item of business that was brought forward by Councillor Rayner. Can we read that out once again to catch me up to speed? Oh, were we deciding to do that at the end, or I don't know yet. I'm not sure how it went. That's why I need to get caught up to speed here. Sure. Okay, I thought that that's the way it was. So can you please read his?
We don't have a motion to go into closed session, so it's that a new item of business be
Introduced?
and I honestly,
Myself as well, Madam Clerk. We moved so many other things ahead where I'm kind of. We can do it again if you'd like.
oh, sorry, I just wrote it
Okay.
in very quickly to, so it was a new item of business, was moved by Councillor Rayner and seconded by Councillor Bow, and it was a personal matter relating to identifiable individuals to be discussed in closed session.
Okay.
But to go into closed session, we also need a resolution.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I need a resolution. So we need a resolution to go to close. It was moved to go into closed session. I have a movers. Councillor Rayner, do I need a seconder to go into closed? Councillor Bell. All those comments or questions, or no? by Councillor Rayner, seconded by Councillor Bell. There's no comments or questions, so we take the vote. Madam Clerk, all those in favor of going into close to the boardroom? And that carries. So members of staff, please bear with us for a little bit. We will be heading into the boardroom and we will be coming back. So grab yourselves a coffee or a drink and we'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. I need a mover to come out of closed. Councillor Riley, seconded by Mayor Ganan. And it's all those in favor of coming out of close. And that carries, and this session opens up at 9:01. Just to report, we have nothing, no recommendation coming out of close. Thank you. So moving back, there's no more changes in items on the agenda, so we'll move on to 6. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and or conflict of interest, members of committee? Seeing none, there are no appointments. I'll turn to Kevin. Is there anybody here in the gallery that would like to request to address any items on the agenda? Anybody in the
Not
virtual?
seeing any on virtual.
Okay. It's okay, thank you. Moving on to consent agenda items. Item A02-23, consent agenda items. Recommendation that the Administration Fire Finance Committee hereby approve the following consent agenda items. Items 1 and 2 be hereby received for information, and I have no exceptions. Number 1 is the West Lincoln Age Friendly Committee meeting minutes of April 16th, 2021. And number 2 is an information report, WFLD 03-2023, monthly update, January 2023. I need a mover for that. I got Councillor Riley, seconded by Mayor Ganan. All those in favor? And that carries. Moving on, there's no communication. We do have staff reports. Prior to this, we do have a presentation from our director for this. I would request council to not interrupt the presentation until the presentation is complete. Please have your notes and pages ready where you'd like to discuss and come back to so it can be addressed appropriately. Every one of you should have a presentation that has been provided for you in front, so please put your sticky notes or stars on the items you'd like to discuss so we can go and address that once the presentation is finished. So I'll read the staff report recommendation. Item A03-23, Director of Finance, Treasurer Donna DeFilippis, Recommendation Report T03-2023, the preliminary 2023 draft operating and capital budget. And we have a recommendation, but I will read the recommendation once we've finished with the presentation. Members of council, just to remind you, and staff as well, if you do have multiple questions, I will come to you once. We'll try to go through everybody, and then I will come back to you a second time or third time or a fourth time. But again, I would like to listen to everybody prior to coming back to you 2 or 3 times. And we will obviously be everything through the chair, and please be as respectful as possible. So I will turn it over to our Director of Finance to present the budget, and it should be popping up on the screen.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. This evening, Council is presented with the draft 2023 budget. The annual operating budget outlines the plan for the purchase and financing of the township's operations. After all revenues are accounted for, including user fees, the tax levy is used to balance the budget. It is a forward-looking document. It reports the township's planned revenues and the costs of public services for 2023. The budget preparations for 2023 have been very challenging as staff was faced with managing rising costs in light of a rate of inflation in 2022 of 6.8% and tackling an infrastructure funding gap while being mindful of the impact decisions have on the tax levy. This evening, all directors are in attendance that worked on this budget, and they're available to answer questions. In addition, via Zoom, we have the library CEO and the chair of the library board, Judy Kelly, who can also answer any questions council may have. So this evening, the presentation will outline to Council key aspects of the capital and operating budgets, the impact to the tax levy, and also look forward to the 10-year capital plans. In preparing this budget, staff ensured that the reserve policy was being followed and that infrastructure funding was sufficient to address the requirements of the 10-year capital plan. Staff took into consideration not only 2023, but the next 4 years in determining reserve contributions. There was also a concerted effort to keep operating lines below the rate of inflation wherever possible. The Corporate Strategic Plan is the underlying document that guides the investments that are being made within this budget. This slide outlines to Council the 6 main themes outlined in the plan. So this evening we'll be discussing both the operating and capital budgets. These two budgets, although they are distinct, they are very much linked. The operating budget provides the funding to reserves and debt repayments. It's reserves and debt repayments that then help to finance capital, or special projects, so they're all interrelated. Council is reminded that we do have certain budget lines or departments that are self-funded. Building, water, and wastewater are funded through user fees. For these services, any surplus or deficit is transferred to those specific reserves. Equipment costs are allocated to various departments as outlined on the slide. And we also provide an allocation of overhead costs from corporate services and transportation to rate-funded budgets. Now, this is a slide that Council is familiar with. It outlines the distribution of the actual tax bill that our property owners receive. Of the total tax bill, West Lincoln retains approximately 32%. This slide is using 2022 data and an assessment base of $100,000 to compare property taxes paid in each of the 12 lower tier municipalities in Niagara. West Lincoln is the second lowest at just under $400 and below the average of $600. I'm going to start this evening talking about the capital budget. It's the annual plan for the purchase and financing of the township's capital assets and special projects. Capital assets include roads, bridges, buildings, vehicles, and equipment. Special projects include items such as studies and software implementations. The 2023 capital budget sees the largest investment in transportation services, which composes 62% of the total budget. This slide shows the capital budget by asset type. 61% of the budget is allocated to road infrastructure, which is very consistent with the township strategic plan, where strong transportation networks is one of the main themes. The 2023 capital budget relies on various sources of revenues, with reserves making up the largest percentage at 50%. Most of the township's reserves are funded through the tax levy. The debenture proceeds of $1.4 million is allocated towards the Vaughan Road project, which is to hardtop the gravel road from Caister Gainsborough to Wellandport Road. There is a transfer to the capital reserve within the operating budget of $132,800 to ensure that funds are in the base budget to make the required repayments of this debt. Government transfers of just over $1 million are comprised of several items. We have the OSIF grant, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, at $539,600. The Canada Community Building Fund is being used at a $399,500, and we have a contribution from the Township of Waynfleet for the Pearson Bridge of $125,000. That falls under government transfers. In 2023, the township did see a drop in the OSIF grant that we received from the province. The decrease was $92,930, and that difference has been made up by using township-owned reserves. Now, the next few slides in the package outline the 2023 capital and special projects by strategic plan theme. All the details for these projects are found in Schedule E of the budget report, where you'll find a justification for the project, and you'll also see how each project is funded. And so under strong transportation connections, just over $3.4 million is budgeted under that strategic plan theme. Strategic responsible growth, $293,100 is budgeted under that theme. Community health and safety, just a little over $1 million is budgeted under that theme. And efficient fiscally responsible operations, $317,400. Many of the projects under this theme represent ongoing annual asset improvement replacement plans for various equipment that the township uses to provide services. And then finally, under local attractions, we have total projects of $345,000. Now, in terms of the operating budget, this budget is used to plan for the day-to-day operations of the township, includes such items as salaries, materials, and supplies. The largest percentage of the budget is allocated towards wages and benefits at just under 42%. The total operating budget of $21 million is supported largely by property taxes and user fees. So the $21 million includes all the water, wastewater, and building departments as well. If we remove the user-based departments, and we just look at the ones that are supported through the tax base, the reliance on taxes goes up a lot. It's close to 71%. So the largest allocation of the operating budget is towards transportation services at $3.7 million. And I just want to point out that the presentation in the report package differs slightly from the one that you have on your desk and the one that I'm presenting. There was a little bit of an error. Winter control was reported twice, once on its own and once within transportation services. So this is correct, and the copies you have on your desk are correct. But the one in the package had that little typo. So now I'm going to delve into the 2023 operating budget and the pressures that the budget has. And I've divided them into different categories. First, I'm going to talk about investment in infrastructure. So the first one is transfer to the fire reserve. There's two different transfers to the fire reserve, and these are all increases to the transfer. These are not the actual amount that's being transferred. These are increases which are putting pressure on the tax levy. So the first $27,500 transfer to the fire reserve is to ensure that there's sufficient funds for the 10-year capital plan. The second transfer of $50,000 is to provide funding in the tax base to cover the repayment of the debenture required for the replacement of Fire Station 2. Just as a reminder, the project is $3.9 million and requires a debenture of $1,592,600. And this is all based on a 20-year debenture. And the 2024 budget will also include a final allocation towards that debenture. The capital reserve, the $132,800 I spoke about a little bit earlier, relates to the repayment for the debenture that would be required for the Vaughan Road paving. The project is $1.4 million, and again, staff is basing this cost on a 20-year debenture. The 10-year capital plan requires transfers from the capital reserve totaling $7.2 million. So over the whole 10 years, the request from the capital reserve is just over $7.2 million. The 2023 operating budget includes a $271,000 transfer to the capital reserve, which represents a $100,000 increase over the 2022 transfer. This transfer is calculated using the assumption that $400,000 of the anticipated 2022 operating surplus is transferred into the capital reserve. In the budget report that you have this evening, there is a recommendation that $400,000 of the projected surplus be transferred to the capital reserve. If we don't do that, this $100,000 will become $350,000. So there would be more pressure on the levy, and you would be looking at another 3% increase to the tax levy. The other broad item that is putting pressure on the 2023 levy is investment in staffing. So I will go over the different aspects of that. I'll start with the library. The library has proposed to increase their hours for public service assistance by 364 hours a year at a cost of $6,500. In addition, the library is proposing to convert several of the part-time public service assistant hours into one full-time position, which would require group benefits at a cost of $8,900. And the library is proposing this as a means of retaining staff. So that is the first line item on your slide, the $15,400. Second is a cost related to the communication specialist. In order to meet the demands of the township's communication services, an increase in hours from 21 a week to 28 a week is being proposed. That would also include group benefits, so that's that increase to the budget of $16,900. The GIS and asset management position is an increase of $17,100. This is now funded through the tax levy at 90%, whereas in 2022 it was funded by 67%. The position was originally approved in 2020 and has been transitioned in a phased-in approach onto the tax levy over the years, and the provincial modernization grant was used for the offset. An amount of $34,120 represents the net cost of the manager of planning position. After taking into account the reimbursement we will be receiving from the landowners group for one of the planner 2 positions. The recreation programming part-time staff increase of $38,700 is the result of increased hours, and the bulk of this increase is with part-time customer service attendance and drop-in program staffing, as well as the March break and summer camps. The human resources position, the 2022 budget was approved to fund this position for 3 months, October to December. So this value here is to annualize that cost so that in 2023, the full budget is included. Now the non-union grid implementation, which is a large number, 153,200. I put a separate slide in for that. So in 2020, Council approved a project to conduct a pay equity, market equity, non-union compensation review. The final results of that review were presented to Council at a special Council meeting held on November 17th, 2021. So the 2022 budget included the first step of the implementation of this grid. You can see from your slide, the bulk of it was funded through reserves, $168,690, and $9,300 was on the tax levy. The 2023 budget represents the second year of implementation and has a tax impact of $153,200. The second year of the implementation will see positions move one to the next step on a 6-step grid. The last step of the grid, or step 6 of the grid, represents job rate, or what the target rate of the position is based on the 2021 study. The cost of living adjustments that are typically given to staff are not part of this calculation. They are part of the general inflation. So this summarizes the implementation plan with the plan that by 2027, the tax base will be fully funding this implementation. So under contractual obligations and general inflation, there's quite a few items. Provincial Offences Act revenue is gone down. That's revenue received from the Provincial Offences Court. We get that via the Niagara region, so that's a loss in revenue. Utilities, fuel, insurance, they're all increasing more than inflation. They're increasing by about 10%, so that's that increase. Our audit fees have increased. There's a request to have an HVAC service contract at the community center at a cost of approximately $30,000 to make sure that it's, the equipment we have there is well maintained and operates at an optimum level. The OMERS change in eligibility, I've spoken to this to council in previous reports. The figure at first was about $54,000, but it's been lowered to this number based on the actual staff that have signed up. Software fees are increasing. There's several factors. Under the fire department budget, there's a budget for $10,000 increase for software that is needed to submit information to the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. The software they are using now is being decommissioned. And the other software costs are there to enhance security measures that we have on our network. And these enhancements to security are also necessary to ensure that the township continues to qualify for cyber insurance. A lot of municipalities aren't lucky enough to have cyber insurance, so we are fortunate that we have it and we want to maintain it. Group benefits are increasing. Dental at approximately 20% and health premiums at approximately 10%. The Ontario Dental Association fee guide for dental has increased rates by 8.5% in 2023. So these higher costs, coupled with usage history and market trends, is causing this line item to increase. Then this last number is, we tried to use a 2% inflationary component to a lot of budget lines, and this also includes any cost of living adjustments to compensation. So it's not all bad news. We did have some mitigating factors that helped decrease the tax levy increase. Ice time rental fees are increasing, which is attributable to usage as well as the increase in rental rates. I mentioned earlier that we charge overhead to the fee-based budgets, so because a lot of the operating costs are rising, our overhead transferred to fee-based budgets has also risen, which helps to lessen the increase on the tax levy. The planning reserve, we were able to decrease the transfer to the planning reserve based on the 10-year capital plan. And also there's been an increase in planning fee revenues, largely attributable to the new user rates that Council passed in December 2022. We're also fortunate that the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant increased in 2023. And finally, staff used an increase in investment revenue. We increased it by $150,000 based on the fact that township investments are doing well. We typically don't budget for increases such as that because they're not recurring, and there could be a lot of fluctuations. But given the magnitude of the levy increase, we thought it was prudent to include this in the 2023 budget, cautioning, council that we may not see that in 2024, depending on the market. So some key factors as council reviews this budget that's before them. We do have assessment growth of 1.88%. So that means the first 187,000 does not impact property tax owners. A 1% increase equates to 83,517. A 1% increase to the tax levy equates to about a $14 increase to taxes. We're still using the same average assessment of 386 as there has been no reassessment, and we don't know when that reassessment when it will happen. Right now, 2016 is the base year. So the next slide highlights the increase in the tax levy. When these numbers were first calculated, the very first run, the levy increase after growth was 12.91%. So a lot of work has taken place to get to the current figure that we have. So the impact on taxes, this takes into account the increase in the municipal levy, the increase in the hospital levy. It includes the urban service area. It would be an increase of 7.51% to the average taxes paid, which equates to about an increase of $10 a month. Now, council already approved the 2023 water rates when they approved the user fee bylaw in December of 2022. So there's going to be a 5% increase to water and wastewater rates, except for the wastewater consumptive rate, which will increase by 2%. So the township purchases water and wastewater services from the Niagara region. The region has increased their variable water rate by 5.14%. The fixed portion of water costs has increased by 5.07%, and the requisition for wastewater treatment has increased by 11.77%. Now, in terms of the 10-year capital plan, the details are found on Schedule G of your agenda package, and the total equals $74.4 million over the 10 years, with the largest investment in road infrastructure. In terms of funding, the bulk of the 10-year capital plan, almost 60%, will be funded through reserves and debentures. These two items are funded by property tax or user fees in the case of water and wastewater. Also, Bill 23 has impacted the township. At this point, just over $400,000 of projects that were funded from development charges are no longer eligible and would now be funded through reserves. And these projects are over the years 2023 to 2029. So the last chart of the formal presentation looks at debt repayment. We're forecasting the debenture needs over the next 10 years for the township. So what this does is this red line, or orange, is the limit that the province allows, which is 25% of net revenues. This line, the blue line, is the 10% of net revenues, which ties into the township's capital financing and debt management policy. The township's policy of 10% is less than the province's, just to ensure that there's some flexibility within the budget. So with the final budget report that council will be getting, there'll be a lot more financial indicators regarding debt. That's part of the debt policy that council also approved. Now, in this analysis, I'm assuming that net revenue increases 1.5% a year. And in addition to the debenture funded capital projects in the 10-year capital plan, the township also needs to issue a debenture of approximately $3.3 million in late 2024 to meet the commitment regarding the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital contribution. So I bring this to council's attention because, you know, in 2025, 2026, based on the 10-year capital plan, we would be exceeding the 10% limit. So that is the presentation from the PowerPoint, and I'll bring it back to you, Chair Trombetta.
Thank you, Director of Finance, for a wholesome and well-done presentation. It takes a lot of work doing these things, and you know, people don't realize how much goes into the process of developing something like this and bringing it forward to council and to members of staff as well. All your needs of the department that are put into this, and what's left out and what has to be put in, it's not easy by any stretch of the means. But I want to thank you for that wholesome presentation. Well done. It was also well done when you met with us at our pre-agenda, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. Just a couple notes, members of council, 2 councillors, it was brought to our attention that your voices are not loud enough at the mic, and that's Councillor Bell and Councillor Chichuk. We need to speak into the mic just a little bit more.
How's that?
That's great.
Best compliment of my life.
That's excellent, no problem. So yes, if you can please speak into the microphones a little bit better, especially when you guys are ready to speak on this budget. So, I can read the recommendation and then we can have our comments. So I will do the recommendation first, if that's the will of council. So we have a recommendation, item A0323. I'll read it out again. Director of Finance and Treasurer Donna D. Philippus. Recommendation report T03-2023, the 2023 draft operating budget, capital budget. The recommendation that recommendation report T03-2023 regarding the 2023 draft operating and capital budget dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and that $400,000 of the project 2022 operating surplus be transferred to the capital reserve. So I need a mover for that recommendation. I got Councillor Rayner, seconded by Madam Mayor. I guess this is the time for comments or questions, so I will go to each one of you. So I will start, I guess, from my right, and then again, I will go to you guys once first until everybody speaks and had their chance, and I'll go back to you a second, third, fourth, or fifth time if I have to. So start from my right. Councillor Rayner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Philippus, for an excellent presentation as usual. I have a few questions, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so you need to speak into your microphone. I know I didn't mention you. You were doing good before, but I guess now...
I guess I just went downhill, didn't I?
Try to speak into it to get that, because people are listening. Yeah.
Okay, good. Better?
No.
Closer.
I'm not a disc jockey at a radio station, but I'll try. Okay, first question I got, if you don't mind, it goes to the director, through the chair, through the Director of Public Works. With regards to the $1.4 million on Vaughan Road, I have a few questions, sir, if you don't mind me asking them. I want to do a comparison because having been a guy that's been around a long time and's done a heck of a lot of roads, I have never seen a road cost this much. So I'm trying to get a comparison. The best way I can compare it to is what was done 2 years ago on concession 5 in Ward 1. Do you have the length that was done? Initially, it was supposed to be done from Westbrook to Abington, but we got a good deal on it. We went from Abington to Caister, so it's quite a long section and probably very closely correlates with Vaughan Road.
Mr. Director?
Yep, through the chairman to Councilor Rayner. Yeah, concession 5 was approximately the same length. You're correct, about 6.8, 6.9 kilometers. And that tender in 2021, it was around $600,000 to do that section of road. So I guess to continue on, why is Vaughan Road more at 1.4 million for the same length? A few reasons. Prices have gone up over the last couple of years, not by much, but there is a little bit of an increase with respect to prices. And also there is some, it's not an apple-to-apple comparison because on Vaughan Road, we are doing a little bit more ditching work than what we did on concession 5 because, you know, the number one rule with road design is drainage, drainage, drainage. So we are doing a little bit more ditching work than what we did on concession 5. And we are also, we also carried a higher quantity of granular A material than what we did in the concession 5 contract. So there's a little bit of scope change with more work that needs to be done on Vaughan Road, mostly related to ditching and some extra stone to get the proper crossfall on the road. And increase in pricing. And another section, another reason is on concession 5, we just basically added a double surface treatment for the entire length. There is a section on Vaughan Road back in 2019, 2020 when we did some preliminary engineering work to see which roads would be good candidate roads for hard topping. We did what was called the falling weight deflameter, which drops a load or a weight onto the pavement, and then it would tell you how much, it would estimate how much granular base equivalency is in that road, how much structural adequacy is in that road. So the section on Vaughan Road between Kirk and Port Davidson, that testing has determined that there's not enough structural, road base. So what we're trying to do there is instead of applying a double surface treatment, we're applying a layer of wrap, recycled asphalt pavement, to kind of raise the granular base equivalency or the pavement structure in that block, and then we're going to apply a single surface treatment. So I hope that answers your question. It's not an apple-to-apple comparison, but there are a lot of scope changes. Sorry, a lot of scope changes and increased prices over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Director. That material you're talking about, was that the same material they used on South Chippewa when they put it on just west of Abington heading towards Caisterville? They used a recycle-like asphalt before they actually put the resurfacing over top of it?
That is correct.
Okay, are you, again through the chair, are you comfortable with this difference? Because this is basically the same length of road, but more than double the cost over only a 2-year period. Are you comfortable with an additional $800,000 for basically the same length of road based on the things that you say differ from the one 2 years ago? Do you still think it's a good deal, or what's your comments?
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, after reviewing the initial, I know when we put in the budget a few months ago, yes, I was comfortable with that number. If council would like us to review it before March, we could definitely do that one last time just to make sure we're comfortable with that number and see if we could reduce it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wonder if it's just that having done so many roads over the years, and just recently our roads in Ward 1, I've never seen anything this expensive, and yet it's almost the exact length of road we did 2 years ago. It just seems, we always hear things go up, but this is such a large number, and it would impact the budget number for the year if we even made a couple $100,000 cheaper. Would it be possible, if it's not too much trouble for the director, that I would like to see that possibly an opportunity to review that,
So
just to be sure.
yes, and I hear it wasn't our road; it was one of our roads, one of the
Correct.
roads done
No,
in
you know what I
Ward.
meant.
I know what you meant, but just clear one of the
Ward
roads
one.
done in Ward 1. So, I think this evening what we're going to do is you're going to put your requests forward, Councillor Rayner, that you're requesting, and the directors, including the clerk and the CIO, will take that request, and then they will come back and report on those items that you're requesting. So I'm sure that if it's possible, that the Director DePaula can note that, and we can come, when he comes back, again, this is just a draft budget process, which you're aware of, and this is the time to get your questions answered, and then come back at a different time for those answers,
So,
questions
Mr.
answered.
Chair, we will have a review.
Mr. Counselor, yes to the Director, is that possible?
Through the chairman, yeah, we'll have another review before we present it in March, final number.
Okay.
Thank you. I have 3 more questions, and then I'll move on.
3 more questions, so 3 more questions pertaining to this one or separate? Or
Separate.
Okay, so we'll get you first, and then we'll go to counselor to counselor. So we have all night. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The second one is the grid at 153,200. If you take that number, as we discussed earlier with councilors, and Councilor Bradrick brought up percentages, 153,200, if you take the 83,517, which represents 1%, it works out to 1.8%. The total budget right now is at 7.78%. If you take that number as a percentile, it's 23.14% of the total budget is salary. And I think the taxpayers would feel that that's a very, very high number as compared to the total that the budget involves. I would like to see something worked on that to bring that down, maybe spread it out over another year or two. But to have a number that's almost 1/4 of the total budget just going for wages, I know the taxpayers out there who elected us would not be happy that we're spending the money on salaries and not on other things that they feel are more important than the road. I'm not saying this is not important. I'm not saying it shouldn't be eliminated, but I think that number is too high and it needs to be brought down.
Okay.
Whatever that number is, we can discuss that later. I'm just making my point that I feel 25% of a total budget gone for wages is way too excessive at this point.
The number is 7.51. You said 7.8 something.
7.78.
I got 7.51.
7.78, which represents.
So we're going to get clarification from the Director of Finance.
7.78.
So I could be incorrect.
Through
I'm reading
you,
the presentation.
Chair Trombetta, you are both correct.
Oh.
Mr. Rayners is referring to the tax levy increase. Chair Trombetta is referring to the impact to taxes paid. You're both correct.
For once, my math is right, Councilor Rayner. Look at that. It's very unusual.
Man.
Okay, Councilor Rayner. So do you want an answer from the Director of Finance in regards to that?
Yes, please. I want to know what possibly we can do in order to bring that down.
Director of Finance.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councilor Rayner. As you can see on page 19 of the agenda, the chart you have shows that by 2027, the tax levy would be supporting the implementation of the grid. What I can do is use more reserves and spread it out so that 2028 is the final year.
Something, yeah.
Okay.
There's an example.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to try to bring that number of 778 down closer to a 5%, which is where I personally would like to see us try to work our way down. And I know other councilors have got other areas that they want to specifically go to. I won't go over their area. All this stuff contributes to possibly lowering it to a number that we're comfortable with. The next one goes to the Director of Finance. There is a form that's filled out every year called the grant application form for cemeteries that are not under the jurisdiction of the township, and there is basically 6 of them. And I had a request from an individual who looks after one of those cemeteries, if it's possible that the grant could be increased, because the amount of decay or breakdown of the cemetery is really getting bad, and they need a lot of gravel. They would like to fix it up. Specifically, it's Kimbo, and normally they get $900 a year, and I believe it's been a history for a long time that's what they get. They're having a request for $2,800. I'm wondering if there's a possibility that the Director of Planning, there are 6 cemeteries that are not looked after by the Township of West Lincoln, and we do pay them to look after it in lieu of us having to look after them. And every year or every couple of years, we always get an extra one when a church closes down. So these people are still doing their own work on their own cemetery. We're just helping them out. I'm wondering if there's any possibility through the director, if we can find some extra money for Kimbo in the interest of the fact that they want to keep the cemetery up to standards for those people who want to go see their loved ones.
You said the Director of Planning, but this is not a planning matter.
Director of Finance, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Rayner. So the you're referring to the annual report we do for sponsorship, and there is an application process. Mm-hmm. The amount was determined by the Municipal Cemetery Board, the township had, and it was determined in 2009, and the amount is $666 per acre. So I would recommend, to be fair to all the applicants, that $666 per acre, that direction is given to staff to look at a different amount. That way all the applications could be treated the same way. The budget, you are correct, has not increased. The annual budget for cemetery grants is $10,300.
Okay, yes, I would appreciate it if the Director of Finance could look in, because costs go up, but other things, there are things that at the cemetery, being on the cemetery board, we used to have it for 7 years. There are some cemeteries that require more upkeep than others, and if these people are willing to take the time to do it, they need the material in order to do it. I think it's the right thing to do for councillors to support the people who are willing to maintain the cemeteries that we don't have to look after. Yes, it would be nice if we could increase that number. Is it possible that a number could be figured out and brought back for next month through to the director?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner. Yes, I will have to check to make sure there's not a bylaw or something behind the scenes that is where this number comes from. Okay. But I will work on that for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Last one, Mr. Chair, through to the Director of Finance. We started the corporate strategic plan, at least I was involved, and I know other councillors are on schedule to do it themselves, are being questioned or interviewed or whatever with regards to our consultant. Through to the Director of Finance, how much is that allocation for the strategic plan?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner, I believe it's $25,000.
Okay.
Is the budget?
Is it somewhere, or I missed it, is it somewhere in the budget?
It's in various areas.
I must have missed it. Okay. Then my question through from the chair to the Director of Finance. If we're already proceeding with this corporate plan, how could we proceed with it when we haven't approved the money for it yet?
The Director.
Through the Director.
Finance.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner, I think the CAO would respond to that.
Okay.
Madam CAO.
Okay. Yes, through you, Chair, to Councillor Rayner. Can you hear me? Okay. So based on the good response from last term's process, it was determined that an update was going to be required for this term. So we did a long 10-year strategic plan, and we're going to update it. During the orientation this year, I was clear about this plan, and the intent was to carry it out in the first half of 2023. And we needed to balance the orientation program and yet meet with council quickly enough to ensure that members were able to share what they heard when they were on the election trail. So the only work that's been done to date has been to interview some counselors and staff. The consultant charges $1,000 a day. So the bulk of the project is going to be done after budget is approved. So we're doing preliminary work, and the CAO has the prerogative under the consulting dollars to make those sorts of expenditures. But before I'm going to say one more point that I think is really important. Strategic planning is always important, but especially so with inflation and competing demands, and it's a best practice for council to make a plan for what they want to do in their term and within their budget comfort.
Floor still yours, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you to the CAO. So of the 25,000, how much have we spent so far? And you're saying there is an allocation under your capacity to authorize this prior to approval of budget? And what if this was not approved at budget? What would we do with the money that's already been spent on something that we didn't want to do?
Madam CAO.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Rayner. What we're gathering right now is information. It could be whether through myself or through the consultant. We're really learning what the priorities were when you were out on the election trail. So whether it be done through this process, through an in-house process, which I would hope we don't have to go through. I think it's really all valuable information, and probably to date we've spent $2,000.
Which is, through to the chair, which is acceptable even though it has not been approved by budget yet?
We always have a standing through you, Chair,
yep.
To Councillor Rayner. We have there's a consulting line that the CAO has prerogative to spend.
Okay, I've just quickly, I'm trying to save money. I'm trying to cut the budget down to 5%. This represents 25,000 of 83,517 as a percent. This represents almost 30, well, it doesn't represent that much.
I don't think 30.
However, it's probably about 0.3%. The point is, to me, this has already been done. Yeah, that's what I said, about 0.3%. Every point counts to get it down. The corporate plan has already been established. I've already gone through the consultant part, the interview part, where they ask everything. I think, and the CAO brought this up, I think this could be done in-house. This, to me, is not a complicated procedure. We have the existing ones from the past. It's simply bring the people in, have a meeting, whatever the case may be, go through what we got, ask if there's any changes, and make the changes. I think this could be done in-house. I think this could be done with staff. I think this could save us $25,000 because we have a template. And all we're doing is just either eliminating some stuff or adding some new stuff or making some other kind of simple changes. But we have a format to follow, and all we have to do is just sit down with everybody and get the same information we'd pay a consultant $1,000 a day for, and fill in the blanks, and there we are, bang, it's done. This would be a simple project for a first-year university student. So I think this kind of money is not, it may have been well spent initially to set it up, but now that we've got everything to go on, this thing to me is easy to fly with, and it doesn't have to be done by outside people. It could be in-house with our staff, and we could save ourselves some money. That's just my comment with regards to that. That's what I have tonight. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Director of Finance.
Thank you, Chairman Trebetta. I should have made this comment at the beginning. It's just a general comment. As council goes through the capital and special projects, which I'm very happy you've all read and are going through it, it's not always a one-on-one cut. So if you remove a project for, let's say, $30,000, it doesn't mean the tax levy will necessarily go down by $30,000 because it all depends what the reserve looks like. So absolutely, if you want to move a project or remove a project, council has that authority. But I just don't want you to think that it's a one-on-one reduction.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Councillor Chichuk, is this okay? I would like to go from right to left, if that's okay, because...
I heard that.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to get through some of this stuff, but I've had plenty of time. So I guess through you, Mr. Chairman, the questions would start with
Just try to talk into the mic so that our...
the ball diamond lighting,
There we go.
$240,000. I guess through you, Mr. Chair.
One second, sorry, Madam Councillor Chichek. If anybody has devices, can we please mute them, because it is a little bit distracting.
Tim.
I understand we have to have devices for our families at home, and I understand that, but if they're... Can we please mute? I just, please, if there are some devices that are, it's just very distracting, so please, can we put them on silent? Sorry, Councillor Chichek, to interrupt you.
It is quite all right. Can you hear that? Golly. Okay, the ball diamond lighting, $240,000. It's a lot of money, and from what I read in the specifics of the project, I guess it is a replacement of the existing at Leisureplex and some additional. And I was wondering if someone would know the cost of repairs that were incurred, because it's saying this will reduce cost, and we're moving to LEDs. And so what kind of labor, what kind of maintenance was there that caused us to be worried about this? And among it was a mention of how many games were affected by a loss. So I need to know the story behind it, and our staff are so good at telling me the stories that I'd really like to know what that is. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the appropriate staff member.
I think that goes to the Director of Recreation.
I think so too.
Okay, through the chairman and Councillor Chichuk. Yeah, just a little bit of background. There's 2 ball diamonds at that location. Each ball diamond has about 20 light fixtures. And what we've been experiencing is the current lights at these ball diamonds, they're 15 years old, metal halide lights. And was it this year or last year? There was a number of 5 lights that were burnt out, and we had to replace them. And it was almost impossible to find the replacement parts for those lights. We had to order them from British Columbia. We couldn't get them in Ontario. So that product is slowly being phased out. You just can't buy them. And we had to reach out to British Columbia and get the parts sent in. So just to replace 5 lights, we were looking at around $4,000 to $5,000. They're going to keep burning out. So we'd like to switch over to LED lighting. Yes, it is an expensive project. As I mentioned, there's 2 diamonds, 20 lights per diamond, so there's like 40 lights, approximately $8,000 per light, compared to the maintenance cost of almost $1,000, $2,000 per light to replace the existing lights, which we're having a hard time finding material for. So that's basically the business case. And obviously, when you switch over to LED lighting, our
hydro costs go down.
Yeah,
the carbon footprint of our community
exactly.
goes down, and the Premier goes happy days.
Exactly.
Right. I'm not being facetious. I'm understanding what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think one thing that we could look at, if council wants to, let me talk to staff and let's see if we need to do both diamonds this year. Maybe we could phase it in. And the comment about just the existing lighting, like LED lighting, is much brighter and safer. So if you transition to LED lighting, we feel that more people will use the diamonds later in the evening than the current lighting that we have today. The shadows aren't always the greatest, and if you have a better lighting system, we feel that the diamonds will be used more regularly in the evening. So that's kind of the business case behind that project.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Chair, they also need to have hoods because they tend to radiate out into the suburban area. And one of the biggest complaints I've had in my life is new lights causing problems for several reasons. The birds don't sleep and the people don't sleep. So I understand, and the hooding of new lighting is more appropriate before we've developed the rest of that site. But certainly, I understand it. I would want to know, and I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but you've hit the nail on the head. If it's $5,000, $1,000 a pop for the lights, And if you took down half of them, you'd have the parts for the other half. And maybe we could split this up a tad?
That's something we could look at, absolutely. You know, maybe, you know, if, I need to speak to contractors and stuff to say if we do one lighting, one ball diamond, maybe we could save the material to maintain the other existing one and buy us 2, 3, 4 years before we upgrade it. So that's something we should look at, and we'll try to do that before March.
It's just that if we weren't looking at it completely coming into the tax base, you know, you put taxes up to supply the lighting, but you never take taxes down because we find something else to do with that 240 next year after we do it all. So doing it over 2 or 3 years or two or three times would make me feel a little more comfortable. And so if you could report back, that would be great.
We'll do that.
Thank you. And that's kind of like what I was looking at. And Councillor Rayner has already talked about strat plans. But I noticed that there's a strat plan in the library, and I know there's that's another $25,000. And I guess when I looked at staff review, $100,000, library, $25,000, record system, $86,900, strat plan, $25,000, onboarding system, $22,000. I just look at the fact that people are telling me that staff are running to get caught up, and that we have so much to do with the fact that growth could hit us. To put in a new system, it's not just the money that the system costs, it's the human toll that it takes as we maintain the work we have in our day-to-day lives, as well as the day-to-day, the focus on getting the system installed. And we could probably go through and say, you know, the reason behind the staff review for $100,000 is there to look at staffing needs till 2051. I have a trouble with that because I don't know what's going to happen, whether we'll be amalgamated into the greater metropolis of Niagara or whatever, but I think we really do need to spend more time looking at some of what it is that's on the plan for the next 5 or so years. So I would like all of these studies looked at and reviewed, and perhaps putting off some of them, because that's a lot of work for 68 people. I got to say that. And not only that, but the clash of all of these systems and the then maintenance costs, as well as the ongoing human costs that it will take to maintain these new systems. I know they all promise improvements, which is great, but I just don't know whether or not I can support the human toll that these systems are going to put on our staff, as well as the priorities in which they fall within the kind of tax rates. And I understand our treasurer's point about it's not dollar for dollar, it comes out of tax rates, but it is, to my estimation, a reduction to labor and pressures, as well as to some of the future costs that aren't reflected here in these costs. A new system still comes with a warranty period, but then there's also the annual maintenance costs, et cetera. So if I really would, I think at some point we're going to look at the libraries reducing their overall costs, but I'll leave that for others to possibly ask on this round. But I really am concerned about all of these studies and whether or not they have to be done this year, and whether or not we couldn't put some of them or phase them in over the next few years. It's a very aggressive plan, if I do say so myself, but that's only my opinion. And the onboarding and training and documentation, from what I read, I still think that we could probably do some of that with, so we need to prioritize them. I'm not going to judge them one over the other, but I'd like to see some phasing plan come back. Talked about the ball diamonds. The banner arms and baskets that are on the local attractions thing for $15,000, is that the banner arms that the market was talking about putting up or replacing? Banners?
Through you?
No? Oh,
through me to the director of what, I don't know which director wants this one.
This is Mr. DiPaolo. He gets all of it.
He wears 2 hats, Director of Recreation and Director of Public Works. So yes, go ahead.
So through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, there's some new banner arms on some of the new decorative street light poles that was done as part of the region project through town here, but there are some banner arms that are just strapped on to like hydro poles. So those are the ones that we have to replace. And it's not only in downtown, like there's some banner arms in Wellandport and I believe other hamlets as well. So it's just purchasing banner arms to replace those old ones that are strapped to the old hydro poles.
Cool. Okay, hang on.
Sorry, and to add to that, it's also, it's not only for the banner arms, but it's also for like
Banners.
hanging baskets, like flowers, like the hanging baskets.
Right,
You know.
right. So while I'm on a roll, Mr. Chair, through
Absolutely, the floor is still yours.
for the Mr. DiPaolo, where does the market operating budget go? I just something that since we've been going through it, where we've got a grant, but eventually it's going to go into your budget, or through you, Mr. Chair, is it your budget and where?
Okay, through the chairman, I think Director Don DeFilippis will be able to answer that.
She just brings bandages to meetings. That's all.
That's the reason the non-union grid's going up. I had to make a joke. I'm sorry. I'm a doctor now. Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichok. Sorry. So the farmers market is its own budget line. If you look at Schedule B, it's the last item. It does fall under planning and development, which I know is confusing. The reason it falls under planning and development is because when it's reported on the FIR, the financial information return, it falls under that. So we make our accounting match the FIR.
Yes.
But you are correct.
I found it.
Director DePaula is responsible for that.
So planning has it in their budget. Mr. DePaula is responsible, and you answer the questions. This is a team.
It's teamwork.
I love it. I see it right now. Thank you very much. It is, for 2023, $8,420. But that wouldn't necessarily mean it was coming from taxes. That just tells me the amount. So it could come from the grant and or something else.
Yeah, so through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichok, if you look at just looking for it on the schedule. It's page 87 of the PDF, Schedule C. It's the last page. It's the breakdown of the farmers market. You can see that we've included the 2023 projected grant and the net amount that's on the levy.
I'll look that up later because my
Okay.
Schedule C says page 1, page 1, page 1, page 1. So
Okay,
I'll
but
deal with that and perhaps
Okay.
catch you when you're walking into this chamber. Thank you. I do have other questions, but I think that in fairness, I would let my colleagues go forward and then take ask some other questions in the next round.
Thank you, Councillor Chichuk. Councillor Riley?
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start with the last thing. I just want to make sure it's clear to the public as well as myself. Bill 23. So if I understand that correctly, we're talking about its cost or its loss is $419,800 over the 2023 to 2029. So that is a projection, but not an actual loss as in this year, right? Okay, so that's about $70,000 a year that we're losing, and I'm rounding up a little bit. I think it's like 69 or 68 something. So I just want that out there because there's a lot of misinformation that between the province and how it's actually going to impact each municipality. There is almost $500,000 that's going to impact this community over the next 6 to 7 years, maybe even less, and that's at least. So it's only going to grow. So that's a huge loss. That's a huge loss, and maybe a lack of foresight from the provincial government there. That being said, I did want to talk to a few items. One item being in particular so through you, Mr. Chair, maybe to our director. I'll go to the Director of Finance first. That organizational staff review. To me, I'm going to say this first, I feel like that's something that should actually be addressed through our strategic plan process. I don't think that should be something that is just throwing in here. So I'm just kind of curious, if we were to remove that and have, as we go through that process, have that something that's dealt with in the future, what actual change to the tax base does that do? Is that being solely funded through a reserve somewhere that we're going to have to replenish somewhere else or at some other point, or is there some part of it that's actually going on this year's levy?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. That project is funded, I believe, 25% with the planning reserve and 75% with the capital reserve.
Okay.
So if council were to eliminate it, it would reduce the levy, may not be 100%.
Yep.
If council were to, let's say, okay, we're going to do it in 3 years or 4 years, that would probably also have some impact on the levy, maybe not as much.
Okay. So my request is that is actually removed entirely from this budget and that we save that for the strategic plan process. I don't think that's something, and that's my opinion, I don't think that's something that we need to worry about at this time. The other thing I'm gonna go to as well is the diamond lighting. I know there was talks about, you know, potentially phasing it in. And so again, I wanted to have a better understanding. I'm not getting, the screen's so small here. How much of that is actually being funded through the capital versus a reserve? So through you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance, out of the $240,000 that's being requested, how much of that is actually tax levy versus reserve?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, 100% is from the capital reserve.
100%, okay. So the other thing we need to keep in mind is what is it going to cost next year or two as well? And is the savings actually going to be that much, or is it going to actually increase, kind of like what we've seen with our road expenditures as well? And hold on, sorry, I lost my page here. I guess I'll go with one of the things I'd really like to take away from tonight that we kind of really achieved last time was, so last budget we came in, I believe, just under 2%, and I realize that's very unrealistic given the amount of inflation, given the amount of pressure and demand that our community requires, the growth and everything else. I would really like to see us do our best to get ourselves under that 5% mark. I don't know how we're going to achieve it and what we can do, but I don't think it's impossible either. So I'm going to put that out there for now. If we can make some efforts to see how we can do that, that would be great. And then for now, Mr. Chair, I think I'll probably just park it there.
Okay, so you did note those comments, Director of Finance? Okay. Madam Mayor, the CAO would like to just go in. Would that be okay? Okay. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you. I did want, so through you, Chair, I wanted just to talk about the growth plan, that item, the organizational plan. And this is the backdrop, so it's on the record. So looking forward, our current population of 16.5 is going to be moving to 39,000 in the next 27 years. We have an organization that is barely appropriately staffed for our current population, and we have to plan for how the organization is going to grow and how we're going to continue to serve our residents and businesses. And in the fall, we met with municipalities who'd gone through this in the past, and we were consistently advised that you need a plan. You can't wing it. And that was the basis for the inclusion of the project. So we can look at putting it out, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
So if I could just have one rebuttal. So through you, Mr. Chair, to our CEO, should this not actually be a more fulsome conversation during the strategic planning? Like, should this not be something that we should be planning more appropriately to than just kind of rushing right into it? I realize this is not done without thought, but I'm just saying I feel like this is actually one of those things that should actually be addressed through the strategic plan as we're strategically planning to grow our community over the next several years. I don't think this is something that absolutely needs to be taken care of right now. I feel like it's something we plan for.
Go ahead, you can answer him, Madam CAO.
Thank you. So through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, is that all, Madam CAO? Okay. Might have to come back to you after this side of the table. So you might have to answer. So I will go to, I don't need to go to you, Joanne, do I, for anything? No? Okay. Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I looked at this differently as I was going through, and I was really, my questions are more about looking for areas to decrease the tax levy. And so I was looking at what kinds of things might be nice to have versus things that we absolutely have to have. And so under the Community Health and Safety, I'm sorry, Acting Chief, but I'm wondering if, with a new fire hall going in, if the bunker gear washer for Station 2 isn't perhaps a nice to have as opposed to a need to have. I realize that those guys have been coming in for a long time washing their bunker gear inside, and it would be lovely to have everything at the start of the opening of the new facility, but I'm wondering if that's something that you see could be delayed another year.
Through you, Chair, to Madam Mayor. Thanks for your question. The bunker gear washer is something that we have been making do, for sure. And the reason why bunker gear washers are such an important part of our operation is because the Ministry of Labor has demands on us for cancer prevention, basically. And what we use the bunker gear washer for is to make sure that after a fire, any kind of major event where there could be contamination of the bunker gear, that it gets cleaned promptly. So it's done to such a degree that we, excuse me, that we keep, what's the word, Tyvek coveralls on the trucks, so that when the firefighters get into a scenario where their gear is contaminated, that they can take the bunker gear off, they can put on the Tyvek suits, and then they can take that bunker gear immediately to the closest facility and get it decontaminated. So the materials that are in combustion nowadays are so toxic that basically we shouldn't be touching them at all. So the protocols that we're supposed to follow include some in which we would put protective gear on ourselves, to remove our protective gear, to put it into bags to be decontaminated. So we felt that as we discussed the priorities of the materials that we'd be putting into the fire hall, that it would be important to include this as part of that, because the requirements are quite stringent, and it is for the health and well-being of our firefighters.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate that, and I know that that's a serious issue. I am looking, though, at sort of at what point. Obviously, we're scrambling, looking for ways to bring this tax levy down, and I'm just thinking if the opening is May to June, whatever, depending on how that's going, and I do understand it's going well, then, you know, does a 6-month delay, does a 5-month delay, when you look, and I know that you look very seriously and honestly, and I do appreciate the thoroughness of your report. So if we're looking at the actual number of fires or exposures that those firefighters may or may not have on average during that 5 or 6 month period before we're ready for another budget, I just wonder if it could conceivably be pushed down the line without harming anybody. Obviously, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just really looking to see areas that can be concerned. As I looked at this budget, I think staff have done a marvelous job of looking at all parts, but it's our job now to find a way that is sort of sustainable in terms of budget, but also is affordable for the public. And I'm really, truly just looking for all the little things that might add up to something. So.
Absolutely, and I don't think that's an unreasonable request, because we have been making do. As long as this is something that council understands the importance of it, you know, then I don't think that it is something that we can't do without, for sure. If this was an item that council decided to defer for a period, that would be, you know, we could work around it for sure. We've been making do so far. With success, but like I said, it is of enough concern that we realized that the budget would be a tight one this year, and that we did feel that it was important to put into the capital planning so that it was included as we go forward, and it wasn't something that, you know, was a luxury that we would fit in at some point if we could. As opposed to a required piece of equipment that we really do need to account for and put into the system at some point. And if council decides that, you know, that would be better to push off for a period, it is something that we can work around, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think we need to keep in mind, if we do decide to do that, the seriousness of moving forward with an item like that. So
absolutely.
I'm not saying, absolutely not saying delay it forever. I just think that it might be just something. And so similarly, I'm looking, Director DePaula, at the fencing that is being proposed for our new community center, both the fencing back by the track where there's only berm right now and some not perfect fencing, I understand, but also the other fencing that's proposed for the parking lot area. Is that something too, when we combine those numbers, we're looking at another $35,000 when we put that together. Is that something conceivably that could be put off for another year, in your opinion?
Yeah, through the chairman to Mayor Gadan. Yeah, I think the fence, well, there's 2 projects there. The fencing along the train tracks, I think, is a higher priority, and that should probably proceed. in 2023 for obvious reasons. But the other fence at the at the end of Wesley Drive, yeah, that's something we could definitely defer. I'm not sure what the impact would be on the budget, but we could review that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the smaller of the projects, but that's okay. It's still, you know, as I said to the acting chief, it's really a matter of looking at all of the little things that we can perhaps add up and things that we could perhaps do without. And so similarly, I guess I'm going to go back to the old fire hall and the HVAC upgrades. Once again, I know that we had an issue with smoke in the building at one point in time a while back, and had a call with a meeting, but it seemed to me that as I read the report, it was directed more at the upstairs hall, and I'm not sure whether that still affects the record keeping, and I don't even know who best to ask that question to in terms of, does it affect the way our records are being kept on the main floor, or is it just the convenience of you two deciding who's going to answer. Just the convenience of the upstairs being, you know, kept appropriately, which is not used much anymore, I understand, so.
Go ahead, you want to go first?
I'll start.
Okay.
And so through you, Chair, I don't believe that it was the smoke issue, but it could have been. But I do understand that there are implications for the lower areas, but now I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
If through the chair to Mary Ganan, if Bob Dennison is still available, maybe he could speak to that unit. Bob, I don't know if you heard the question, but I just think it needs, I think the unit is old and it just needs to be replaced, but Mr. Dennison could add to that if you're there, Bob.
Yeah, he's on.
I am. Good evening, Council. Sorry, my camera's not working. I tried it earlier today. It did work, but it's not working now. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The HVAC at the old fire hall does not control the heat downstairs in the record keeping. It is for upstairs, but that furnace has cost more money to repair than it's worth right now. It is very old, and it will not survive another season. And yeah, unfortunately, that hall upstairs doesn't get used very often. So, but every time it seems to get used, whether it be the fire department or somebody else, the unit is not working. We have to call somebody in to fix it. We actually had to create a part for it last time we fixed it, and it is just financially not reasonable to try and keep fixing it.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Dennison, in spite of the fact we can't see you. So again, I'm just throwing out questions, and I'm hoping that when staff go back and they kind of reassess where areas can be cut. So I love the Silverdale Hall, but I have to question whether that siding at $40,000 must be done in 2023, or whether that also is something that could potentially be pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ganan. Once again, yeah, it was something we definitely looked at, and we felt it needs to be done through some building condition assessments. There's a lot of ongoing maintenance with the current condition of the siding. So we're suggesting that it be included in this year, but we definitely will review it before we bring forward our recommendations in March. We'll have another look at it.
Thank you. Well, some of my other questions have already been addressed by the councillors on the other side, so I'll leave it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. And a lot of my questions have been stroked off as well, but I still have a few that have remained. So through you, Chair, to Director DeFilippis, in regards to the group benefit line, the increase of costs there, you had indicated that some of which was, you know, costs kind of out of our control, as well as, I would assume, increased usage. So just wondering when and if we've done a review of our coverage, looking at brokering that out to other carriers. Is that a possibility? Is there also a possibility of lowering the coverage in that plan? I'm not sure within the collective agreement if that's allowed, so that's my question in regards to that.
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Broderick. So in terms of changing the coverage, you are correct. It's linked to the collective agreement. So council or staff could just not make changes. Let's say you could not say vision is only $100 every 2 years. That's in the collective agreement, so we couldn't really do that. Right now, our premiums are not covering the costs, the actual costs that are being incurred. It's happening, I hate to say this because it sounds like it's a cop-out, but it's happening to all municipalities that have group benefit plans that the costs are going up. In terms of shopping, we do use a broker to look at the market, negotiate the fees for us. There's danger in changing quickly because what will happen is a carrier will offer you the first year at really good rates and then they increase slowly. So I like to use a broker because they do know the market better than I could ever know it. For dental, the ODA rates are going up, I think, by 8.5%. So that alone is going to increase our rates regardless of any usage we're doing. I will look at the numbers again to see if there's anything I can do to lower it a little bit. Maybe I gave benefits to some position that doesn't have benefits. I plan on looking at that number again to see if it can be lowered. But I don't think we can really do anything about coverages or who the carrier is.
I believe my understanding was we've had that same carrier for, I don't know, probably 10 years or more. So would the broker did not suggest shopping around? I guess from your comments, there was no recommendation.
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Bradrick, the approach is that they negotiate with the current carrier to get better rates. When we're looking at these kind of services, you also have to look at the service level they give to the township in terms of how quickly they pay claims. Also as to what they're willing to cover in terms of medications. They're not all the same. Not all carriers cover all medications. We could see if there's different prices in the market to see if that makes a difference. Absolutely. I think our new rates start April 1st. But yeah, I can take it back and see if there are companies out there that have better premiums.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. So through you, Chair, to Director DiPaolo, in regards to the Vaughan Road project. So when I went back and looked at the road study and the presentation that was made to Council in 2019, I went to the the list of, I think there's 6 top roads that at that time the presentation had indicated were the top 6, with the Vaughan Road project being number 2 and concession 5 being the first on the list. The list that I see from the 2019 presentation to Council of the road study is those remaining 5 or 6 other roads still the top priorities for this township in regards to hard surfacing, resurfacing, hard surfacing, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, through the chairman to Councillor Bradrick. Yeah, that's still our plan. It's shown in the, obviously in that presentation, those 5 or 6 roads are shown at different time frames, but there's been, like concession 5, for example, our original plan was to do it over a couple of years, and we moved it all into 2021. We're supposed to do Vaughan Road last year. It got deferred, so the timing has changed. It's in the budget, Donna's budget report, Schedule G, which is the 2023 10-year capital plan by department. So if you go to Schedule G, just be patient with me, please. If you go to Schedule G under transportation, or roads paved and unpaved. Yeah, so there's a section of Vaughan Road that we talked about today at 1.4 million in 2023. So the plan would be the next road to hardtop would be the next section of Vaughan Road from Wellandport to Heath Slip, and that's shown in 2024, as well as a section of concession 2 from Caister Center to Abingdon in 2024. And then there's also a section of road in concession 4 from Silverdale Road to the heading west to the dead end limit of that's also in 2024. So there's 3 roads in 2024 that we plan on doing. What other hardtop roads are there?
Range Road 1?
Range Road 1, yeah, thank you. That's shown in 2026. And I believe there should be one more, South Chippewa. South Chippewa, from Caister Gainsborough to Canberra Road, which is Regional 63, that's also in 2026. And I believe that's all of them.
So certainly you're the expert, and the groupings of these various parts of our roadway system was put together from various priorities and kind of ratings from the evaluations of those roads.
Yeah.
And I guess some logical groupings that had been put into place in order to make it cost effective to go with this specific timeline that you had presented in the road study in 2019. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chairman and Councillor Bradrick, that is correct. Yeah, that we're still trying to follow the same plan. Just things are changing a bit.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the Director of Finance. The $400,000 that was mentioned in the original resolution about this budget from the 2022 year, was that amount brought into those final numbers that has shown us at that final percentage of 7.51%?
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Broderick, yes, it has.
Thank you. And I have, through you, Chair, another question for you, Director. The debenture, so I remember you explained it so well last year about the interest rates and how that works, and so well that I have forgotten that the debentures, when we take them out, there's an assigned interest rate. So with interest rates continuing to climb this year, what is the impact to the debenture that we would take out for this Vaughan Road project?
Through you, Councillor Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Broderick. When this budget was developed, rates from November were used, and the rate was, I believe, about 4.55% for 20 years. Now, we would issue this debenture at the end of 2023 because we wait till the project's finished. At that time, we really don't know what rates may be. They may go down. It's hard to predict. I will say that with these debentures, they're through Infrastructure Ontario. You can't make a lump sum payment. Like, we have to stick with the schedule that's given to us. The rates don't change, which sometimes is beneficial. But it's hard to predict. I think 4.55 would be fair because perhaps, by November, December 2023, they might even be a bit lower.
Thank you for that. That's all my questions right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Just so members of the committee know that after Councillor Bell goes, the clerk will be putting a motion forward to go past 11 if need be. So we will get to you again because I'm quite sure people would like to speak on a second. You give me a karate chop there?
No, it's just that during the next Councillor Riley spoke really quickly at the high school. If we can speed up the speed he was at his election.
Your microphone's not even on. What you're saying is your microphone's not on, so what you're saying is didn't even get put to the record. Councillor Bell, to you.
Do you want to make a motion now to go to?
No, we'll go after you. Councillor Broderick, if you can shut your microphone off, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, I guess my first question would be for the Madam CEO. Item project 1124, it's a $100,000 ask, organizational staff review. It's 28 years away, so I know you got a plan long-term. I totally understand that, but 100,000 is a big ask. I'd like to see that deferred for a couple of years, because like I say, you're 28 years away from it, and I totally understand what it is. I've got it up here in front of me now. Even if it could be split over a couple of years, to be done half and half, something of that nature. But right now, I'd just like to see it deferred for a couple of years, till maybe 2024, 25, and then see if we can bring it back in another manner instead of all one time. So is that possible or no?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Bell, yes. I think I'm hearing this, and we will look at how we could manage this. Okay. This isn't a plan for 2050. This is to get a plan so that we can slowly, incrementally grow appropriately.
Yeah, I seen that in your write-up.
Okay.
Yeah, totally understood.
Okay.
But if we could postpone it for a couple, that would be great. Thank you very much for that. Madam CEO, this is one for yourself again. Replacement computers, the corporate services for $50,000. How old are these computers, or are they antique, or can we get a few years, or we got to do them? How many are we doing for $50,000?
Through you, Chair, I'm going to pass that one over to our Director of Finance and IT.
Through you, Councillor Trombetta, to Chair Trombetta to Councillor Bell. So that budget line is something we budget every year, and the amounts change from year to year, as you can see when you look at, looking at the 10-year capital plan. So in 2023, there's just a larger amount of assets that are beyond their warranty date, and once they pass their warranty date, it's not really good practice to keep them, because if they do break, then we have nothing. So included in that number is also Surface Pros that have to be replaced. Quite a few of them are actually for council, because I think some of them are due. So it's based on our asset management plan and how long we keep assets. It's just best practice that we've developed, and that's why the amount changes year to year.
So how long do we keep the computers?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Bell, 5 years.
Okay, well, seems to be a lot of money to keep, a computer, if it breaks, there's not a whole lot to them. I mean, you can replace it at the time. If it breaks and it needs to be in service, I'm sure you can get a computer in here within a day. But it seems like an awful lot of money, that's all, to replace some computers, $50,000. And you're doing this, it looks like, on a yearly basis. Comes up every year in the budget. So if there's any way we could reduce it a little bit, stretch it out, do fewer at a time.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Bell. To be fair, I'll talk to the IT manager just to see if there's anything we can do.
That's good. Appreciate it. Okay. This is for CEO, Madam CEO. The strategic planning, corporate, $25,000. It seems like that's in the budget a lot. Everybody throws in $25,000 for it. Like, what's it going to be for? It's a review. To Madam CEO.
You're directing that to Madam CEO? Go ahead, Madam CEO.
938.
If you can break it down.
I tried to break it down. So we tried to do this in a really cost-effective way, and we use a lot of staff time already to do a lot of the work associated with it. What we're really hiring is a specialist who helps us with a facilitated process to go through the sort of the SWOT, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so it seems like a lot, and it seems, you know, and I heard Councillor Rayner say it could be done by staff. I really don't recommend ever doing it by staff because it's not totally our expertise, and I think it would actually probably take more time and more effort, and it would displace the work that we could be doing on other projects that we're better at doing. So what I can talk about, and I will go back and look at our plan, is to try to scope down the process as much as possible and make it so you know, whether we do it over one day, but the council wouldn't have to be doing that democracy pretty vigorously, but you know, the process really worked out well, and I hope it proved itself last time, where we had the 25 initiatives that we said that we were going to do, and we accomplished those and many more. But it really kept us focused, and it helped council make decisions about things that came out of the blue that they could then park because it wasn't part of the strategic plan. So again, when you're really tight on money, it's best to have a plan, because then you can spend your money according to how you've determined the priorities to be, and that it fits with what you're planning to spend money on.
So we need to get a plan so we know that we can plan to do these reviews ourselves. I mean, it's...
You mean like hire a strategic planning person to come in?
Well, you know, you spend 25,000 on this one, 25,000 on that one, another 25 on this one. You can pay for somebody for the year to do these things.
In fairness, we do this once a term.
You know, so anyway, if you would look at it, I appreciate it. Corpus strategic, remove another two, so there's this one here is for the library. There's quite a few for the library, so hopefully Vanessa's still with us.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, I see you there. You've got quite a few items in here, and a lot of it is additional print for the various libraries, and you know, Smithville, Wallingport, Caister, and it's great that you're updating everything to the library, but I'm not 100% sure that it all has to be done at one time. Like, because of the amounts you have there, if it could be done half this year and half next year to replace it for the libraries, is that a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bell. I'm just wondering, are you referring to specific projects in the capital plan?
Okay, well, I could name them for you. 776. Well, 775 is the addition to audio-visual collection, all libraries. That's, you know, they're small amounts, but collectively they add up. It's 15,000 for that one. Additional 780 is addition to the printed collection at Wallingport Library. That's another 15. There's 779 addition to printed collection at Caisterville Library. That's 8,800. You got non-network replacing computers, library branches. There's no Pacific libraries, and that there's 7,000. Caisterville Library. You got locks, which for $5,000. I don't know how many locks you're replacing for that price, but you've got quite a few there. So that's kind of the ones that I'm looking at. 2, 3, 4, 5. So,
sure, I can speak to those. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Bell. The addition to the audio-visual collection and the printed collection, so that's something that appears in our capital plan every single year. So basically, it's just making sure we're able to buy resources, whether it's AV or printed books for our libraries. There's a slight increase, about a 10% increase this year. So for example, there was no increase last year, $15,000 for audio visual. This year, $15,000 again. We didn't include any increase there to mitigate some of the costs in the printed resources, so the books. We learned from our distributors that books are going up between 20 and 80%. So we added a 10% increase. We won't be able to buy as many printed materials this year as we have in previous years. But again, we are trying to be budget conscious as much as possible. So although we're seeing $16,500 for books for Smithville, $8,800 for Casterville, $11,000 for Wellandport, those are costs that are in our capital budget every year. In terms of the not-in-network replacement computers, that's $7,000 to replace computers that we have, so public computers at all 3 branches. It's not replacing every public computer, but it's spread out amongst all 3 libraries. In terms of the lock upgrades, that is for Casterville Library, and that is because the keying and lock system is not consistent with what's being used at the rest of the township. So that is to make sure at Casterville Library, the locks in the facility are on par with the security and features of the township buildings.
Okay. The ask is if you can review it all again and see what you can do with it, I would appreciate that. And that's it. I appreciate Vanessa. Thank you. And the last one I've got, I guess, is for, she's gone, Madam CEO. She'll be back. Yeah, no problem.
It gets a little dry in here. I've been hot for a while, so.
Right.
Councilors take up a lot of air. So.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. To you, Madam CEO, I'm not sure if you want to answer this as a group, but 337 miscellaneous road equipment. Another one is 1088 miscellaneous fire equipment. You've got miscellaneous water equipment, miscellaneous wastewater equipment, miscellaneous corporate management equipment and furniture. Like miscellaneous is just a word, but all them little miscellaneous is $34,000. I mean, if they need $5,000 in a slush fund, then they should add it to their budget.
So I think that's a 2-part, because one's corporate, one's public works.
One for everybody.
Is there one?
I can share it for them all.
Director of Finance, you can answer
that. Through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Bell. So the items you've pointed out are the regular budgets we use to buy small equipment. For instance, a chainsaw might break. Staff have to go buy a chainsaw. I know in some eyes that might seem like an operating cost, but based on our capital asset policy and our PSAB, our Public Sector Accounting Board policies, we consider those capital items. They're funded by reserves, which are funded through the operating fund. So staff need a place to charge those kind of things that break during the year, and that's what those budgets represent.
It just sounds like a slush fund. It really does. Every, 5,000 here, 5,000 there. I mean, it should go to the department, and if they need that, there should be a line for them for miscellaneous equipment. Instead of saying miscellaneous.
Yep. Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Bell. To clarify, it is that way. So water will have its own water equipment account that the manager of water, director would oversee. Roads would have their own, recreation would have their own. So they are managed by each individual department. If the money isn't spent in a given year, it just means it stays in the reserve. It means it doesn't get spent. And in many cases, 100% isn't spent. It's really just to make sure that the township can still offer services to the public, and a lot of these services require equipment.
Okay, I think we need
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
a funding to put it all in here.
Yeah, I will say a few comments and then I will request the clerk. I can make it before 11, so I'll request the clerk. I'll say a few comments and I'll request the clerk to put a motion forward to go past 11 o'clock. Are we saying goodbye? I'd like to commend council. You guys actually did your homework. I guess the extra day for the Family Day weekend helped out a lot. And you guys did a fantastic job going through the budget. You guys had some wholesome questions, and I hope that staff has listened to the needs of the council. And I will come back to you, Councillor Chichok. Yeah, once I pass that motion, I'll come back to you. I hope the members of staff have listened, and we'll go back. What I am hearing from council, what I have picked up, is that there seems to be, from members of the committee, that there seems to be a lot of looking at cutting a lot of corporate plans, is what I'm getting from a lot of members of council. Just my take on listening here. That seems to be the consensus of all these members of council. So, members of staff, please look at that prior to coming back. And I will tend to agree that that is a heavy cost, and it looks like we would like to get that down. So, again, it's just me sitting back and listening to members of council going wholesome through this budget. So I hope, Director of Finance, you can find a way of, which you do a great job of sharpening that pencil and coming in a little bit more precise when we come back in March. Other than that, I really don't have much comments because you've all said pretty much what I was going to say. Every single one of yous. I think there's ways of us trimming this. It's going to take a little bit more work, and hopefully we can get there when the time is needed to trim this the way we want to, and we can all come back with something, a little of something, to get the job done and make it right for our constituents. I'm going to go to the clerk to put a motion together to go past 11, because then I will go to members of council for a second time.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. The motion I have is that this committee meeting does now deliberate beyond the hour of 11 p.m.
Okay, so you heard the motion provided by the clerk. I need a mover. I got Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Chichok. All those in favor of the meeting going past 11 o'clock? Opposed? And that carries. I have to ask opposed, so we wanted to know. So now I will go to, I saw Councillor Chichok first, Councillor Bell, so I will go start again on this side for a second time. Councillor Chichok.
Thank you. I'm going to try my impression of Councillor Riley. I seem to have missed the job rate on this grid thing. And at what exact year is it that this gets to job rate? So, through you, Mr. Chair, to the appropriate person.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichok. The grid would be fully on the tax levy by 2027 based on the current plan.
Yep.
In terms of job rate, it varies depending on the position. I can't give an answer because there's about, I believe, about 30 positions, and they're all at different places. So it is a 6-step grid.
Okay, that's a question for another day. Thank you very much. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, I have some suggestions on guidelines, how we could make it a little easier for council next year's deliberations, but we'll talk about that as we go into budget. But I've done that. I have a question, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. DiPaolo, and that is, I heard you telling one of my colleagues about all of the roads that were in the roads study and how they were rated and how they came out 1 to 6 or something. I think you read out or 1 to 8, but whatever. Are you still, in your professional opinion for this community, comfortable with the roads rationalization study that was done over the past 8 years, because it started and then it kind of got done again. Is it a reflection of the proper proctor depth in temperature to say that that road comes before this road, or this road comes before that road?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. Yeah, the study that we did in 2019, like in the past, the township has always done a roads need study like every 5 years.
Right.
And the study that was done in 2019, that the town council at the time really wanted to go down the path of hard topping gravel roads.
Yep.
So we went through that whole process and decision matrix. So the roads that we recommended and that are in our 10-year forecast for hard topping, yes, I'm comfortable with those. But for the rest of our network that we're trying to sustain, what we're doing now is we are doing an annual update of our pavement management system, because the road needs study developed the pavement management system.
Yep.
And in 2022, we tried to get funding every year after that 2019-2020 roads need study to do updates of our pavement condition and update our pavement management system. The first couple of years, council did not approve the budget for that, but now it's in our base budget. And we did our first inspection in 2022, and the plan moving forward now is we will be inspecting 1/3 of our network every year, and with every inspection that we do every year, we'll provide better prediction models, and we'll predict the other 2/3 of our network. So the idea is every year we do 1/3, predict 2/3. So every 3 years we've reviewed the entire network, and it's just, you know, collecting data and refining our 10-year forecast. So every year we do that. So Councillor Bradrick's question was related to the roads that are being hard topped, and
right.
to follow up with yours, yeah, I'm comfortable with that, what we did in 2019. Maybe we'll review it in a few years to see if we're still there, but I don't think much is going to change. But doing our annual inspections and coming up with the, coming up with our 10-year program to sustain what we currently have is an annual thing that we update every year.
Thank you, Mr. DiPaolo. And further, through you, Mr. Chair, our roads rationalization or needs, or however you want to put it, is for hardtop and for maintenance. It's cheaper to do maintenance and keep the road in one stage. And I'm asking, this is a question, there'll be a question mark. Is it cheaper to do that than to allow a road to go past that point of no return and then rebuild it?
Yeah. So through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, we're still finalizing the 2022 inspections and the pavement management system update, but I will present, I will do a presentation when that's finalized, when we're comfortable with it. And that's a very good question, because what we try to do is get the best bang for our buck. Right? So if you have a road that's, you have a pavement condition index from 0 to 100. 100 is a brand new road. So you're not going to pave a road that is rated very good.
Right.
You're not going to pave, shave and pave a road that's rated very poor, because it's not going to last. So what we try to do is, find, and it happens on an annual basis when we do our inspections, you try to find the roads that are in that area of a 60 PSI out of 100. And those are the roads that you want to shave and pave, because you get the best bang for your buck, you get the best life out of the dollar that you spend. And in the roads that kind of fall below that, you let them deteriorate. And you let them deteriorate to a point where you have to reconstruct it, because that's where you get the best bang for your buck. And it's just an annual thing. You're updating your pavement management system, and if you have a pavement and you've resurfaced it like 5 times, you're not going to get the life out of it, so you want it to deteriorate, so you can reconstruct it. So yeah, I forgot the question, but I think that's where I was going.
You're doing well.
That's where
I'm
going.
You're also talking faster, so you're not sounding.
You're right. Every pavement tells a story, and it's all about using the right treatment at the right time to get the best bang for your buck. And once we finish this pavement management system update, I will present that information to this council, and we'll have a good discussion about it.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, this is a township-wide.
Correct.
Sorry. So it's not about wards anymore. We can talk about that, but in fact, roads rationalization, maintenance, and rebuilding, as well as whatever else you do, is town-wide.
Correct. I don't even know how many wards we have in this municipality.
23.
Okay.
But it's okay, on a good day. So is it safe to say that those that are in the worst case scenario that you have on the list from 1 to 10 are probably the ones that are going to get the greatest amount? They're going to be in your budget for the next couple of years.
Yeah, those are the ones that will get the best bang for our buck.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'm not done with you, but that's wonderful. In fact, that is great. And I'm not going to take a lot more time, because what I've heard tonight, much like Councillor Trombetta, is I've heard a number of things. In fact, I've said some of them myself.
Trombetta is?
That I've heard a lot about the $100,000, and while I appreciate the fact that you want to get it done, I really, really think that we should be looking at it in a few years. And you know, the developers and our fine provincial government seem to have slowed down developers to postponing the start of the new growth that's going to happen. And I think if we were to look at it and do the job of preparing for that growth and being ready for that, I know that that's partially staffed, but as others have said, we probably could put it out there for a year or two just to get some other things under our belt. And a recap of what I saw was that I think the library, I heard what they said, but I'd really like it if the library could go back and look to find $40,400 in their budget, which will equalize the kind of pushback we're giving to the staff of the township, and that the onboarding system of $22,000 be further reviewed, and the records management system be further reviewed, so that we know that it needs to start now. It all needs to be done in 2023, or it could be pushed into half and half. I've already got a commitment from the director, or we've already got a commitment that the ball diamond lighting could be downscoped to look at what could be done, and that'll come back, and that's something I'd love to see. So, having listened to all the questions and all the wonderful comments that got made by our staff, who did an excellent job on this budget, and it's really tough trying to find things to ask questions about. So, don't for the minute think that we don't recognize this has been a very hard year for you. It's a very hard year for us as well. But thank you so much for all your work. And what I'd just love to see is that you come back with having given additional consideration. And while 12.9 wasn't going to make it, I'm good. I know that some of my colleagues want 5, but you know, I'm in between 6.75 and 7.25. That's where I'd love to see it. But whatever you come back with, I hope we can work with it and give a balance to this community of safe, dependable services and infrastructure, and as well as a reasonable tax increase. Thank you, and I'll look forward to you coming back.
Thank
I'm
you.
done now, Mr.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Chichuk. Okay, going again, so second time, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I got a few more items, so I'll just start kind of right out of the gate here. So through you to our Director of Public Works. When I look at Schedule B here in the report, I don't see traffic calming measures, and so under the transportation services. And I know that we're still in the process of working on a traffic calming policy, so I just want, for the sake of the public, if you could just let us know where we're at with that policy, and possibly when we could expect to see that, so we can start rolling out some of those safety features that will protect residents in the community.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Riley. Yeah, there's nothing in the budget for traffic calming policy. We currently don't have a traffic calming policy. We finalized our urban boundary expansion, and we finalized the transportation master plan that goes along with that urban boundary expansion. One of the initiatives from that TMP was for the township to develop a policy. So now that we know how big we're going to grow, it's time for us to come up with a traffic calming policy, and I'd like to do it in-house, you know, with the resources we have. So be patient with us. I'd rather try to do that in-house with our own staff, and then obviously whatever policy we develop, we'll bring forward to this the Public Works Committee and this council. My goal is to get it done this year, 2023. We'll see if we could get it accomplished this year. But right. Traffic calming is very, a lot of thought needs to go behind it, because I'll hold my thoughts for when we develop the policy. But there's a lot of different measures for traffic calming. Some work, some don't. Everyone has their, everyone's an expert on it. Everyone has their opinions, but I want to do a fulsome review, and I think we could do that in-house, because I think we should be guiding what that policy needs to say.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I might hold you to the 2023, so don't be surprised if I bring that up again later this year. But that's certainly something we really should be prioritizing almost over just about everything else in this budget. I'm going to go through, I guess this would probably fall under, I'm assuming, recreation, but through you, Mr. Chair, to whoever you feel is appropriate, I want to talk about Silverdale siding. That's $40,000. I like to understand the absolute condition that's in, and does it absolutely need to be done in this budget? So I don't know who is the right person to ask.
I think
yeah, I could go ahead.
I think Mayor Ganan asked that question.
Yeah,
as well,
through
right?
the chair.
I missed that. Then my apologies.
Yeah, through the chairman, Councillor Riley. Mayor Ganan did ask that question, and just based on our condition assessments of the buildings, like there is a lot of maintenance work, ongoing maintenance work that is ongoing because of the condition of the siding, water leaks in and stuff like that. But I did make a commitment that we would review that and see if we could defer it for a year or two.
Perfect. I want to go back to you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance to talk specifically about the benefits. So Councillor Braddock brought up some really good questions around understanding the benefits a little bit more clearly. And so my question to you is, so we have a broker. Okay, and so my experience with working with brokers is they go and they find you the best rate, but the way how they get paid is often through the agency that they're going to find you the best rate. So the other side of it is they're often looking for the person who's going to give them the best commission. So I just want an understanding through you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance, how is this person compensated? Are we paying, because you can pay brokers up front and that they're actually working for you, or they're also back-ending where they actually get paid for the recommendation of the services that they're providing forward. So I just kind of want to know which way they're getting paid. Are they getting paid by us, or are they getting paid by the insurance company?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, the township does not pay them.
Okay, so I would definitely express some serious conversations with them, hopefully before next budget, because I think that their best interest is going to be the insurance company that's going to pay them the best bang, not necessarily what's in our best interest, but maybe their own. So I would ask that. It sounds like it hasn't been done in 10 years. Are we with the same person for 10 years, the same service provider? So I think we're at the point where that needs to be reviewed and look at other options. Some of the other boards I serve on, we are recognizing and seeing that there is a substantial change to benefits, and what we're looking at is the effectiveness of the plan itself versus how much people are actually using and where they're using it to ensure that there's no redundancies or things that we're just paying for that we're not getting anything for. So that certainly needs to be addressed. I want to talk about, Councillor Bell brought up some great questions about the computer technology, and I think it's really important to show, if you don't mind me, Madam CEO, our CAO is actually operating with a very broken computer and making do. And so that's not good, and it's not great. And so I want to express the importance of ensuring that we're getting the most bang for our buck, but I do want to also highlight the fact that staff are trying to do their best with technology that they probably is giving them more hassle and good, and that also sometimes can affect the efficiency level too. When you can't use a device that doesn't always fire up and work properly. Last term we had some devices that barely turned on during our council meeting. So I certainly support making sure that we have adequate technology that allows us to keep performing the hard work that we do, and also making sure that it's not impacting the residents who depend on staff to to get them the answers and solve the situations that are facing them. The other thing I would like to talk about is when we talk about what's going on, Councillor Rayner brought up some really good concerns regarding the cost around some of the roads and how much things are changing. Right now we're looking at Bond Road at $1.4 million. When I look at what the future is going to look like for roads in general, like we're looking at about 6 or 7 kilometers. We're already at $1.5 million. Who knows what it's going to be in another 2 years? And all the roads that are slated to be done, we got to change our approach and really focus on working or advocating or getting more bang from the provincial government. They need to stop, pardon my language, dragging their ass and support municipalities like ours to ensure that this is not just being dumped on the tax base. Honestly, $1.4 million debenture, and we were asked last year, we couldn't do it. We're being asked again this year. Next year there's going to be another $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, depending on what that request is and so forth. At what point do we just tax people completely out of the community, and we're just dealing with one area of it, which is just the infrastructure, and that's just a road. And so again, we really need to do better with that, and the answer can't just be going to our local tax base. We need the provincial government to really hear us. So I'd like to see a combination between council and staff to really engage in those conversations with our provincial counterparts to advocate for that, because again, like, you know, for a population of what we're at, a little over 16,000, to be supporting a debenture, what I'm guessing somewhere between 15 to 25 years before that project's even done. The road we're talking about in particular here is about 32 houses on that road, over 6.7 kilometers. It's about 43,000 a household if you were to divide it by that area. If you look at what they probably pay in property tax, we're probably looking at, by the time we factor all the other services, it's taken us 25 years at least to recover what we had to do. Never mind the upkeep, never mind the repair. So we're never going to get ahead. So the reality is we need more support from the provincial government. The provincial government needs to start showing up at the table to all municipalities like ours. So I definitely want to see that kind of front line in our future delegations, if we can as well. And so I guess with that being said, I think what we have here, and I do want to go back and say, I realize it's never easy going through budget. This is always, to me, feels like a roller coaster, and I feel like to the community, everyone wants taxes as low as possible, but unfortunately, the cost of everything makes it really complicated. I really hope we can come back and get closer to that 5%. I'll leave the rest of my comments there. I think that pretty much sums up my concerns for the most part and my ideas going forward, and look forward to debating this further in March.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Mayor Ganan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, did come on, good. So some of my things have been already addressed, but in just sort of looking at the debenture issue and talking about the roads, I'm going to stick my neck out here and ask our Director of Finance and our Director of Public Works if there would be, based on what the debenture costs would be, is there any advantage to looking at the entirety of Vaughan Road in one package as opposed to doing it as far as the Wellandport Road now and looking at doing Wellandport to Hayslip another year? So if we're going to have to debenture, the debenture is not going to be, at this point in time, it's not going to be on the tax base. I just don't know if that works or doesn't work, and I would just love to have both of your opinions on whether that's a feasible.
Director, whichever one wants to go first. Sure.
Start. It's late,
sure.
And I'm sorry to ask that question,
worries.
but as I'm listening to everybody talking about it and the costs going up and so on, it just made me think again that maybe that's something to look at.
So through the chairman to Mayor Ganan, I'll just give a little bit of background, and I think Donna could speak to the debenture and what the savings is. So, so in 2023, in this year's budget, as you said, we're looking at hard-topping Vaughan Road from Caser Gaines Road to Wellandport at an estimated cost of $1.4 million. We'll review that estimate once again. And then in next year's budget, 2024, the other section from Wellandport to Hayslip would be, we're budgeting $800,000 for about another 3.8 kilometers. So if we were to combine it, it would be approximately $2.2 million in this year's budget. And if we were to debenture that, I'm not sure what the impact would be.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan. So I based a debenture using the same rate as I used for the $1.4 million. So if council wanted to do the whole section of Vaughan Road, the increase to the transfer to the capital reserve would be $75,900. So right now it's $132,800, and you would add another $75,900 to that.
So a good amount of money, but looking at the entirety of the project over that period of time, is that worth looking at seriously, or is that just ridiculous? Any opinions? I mean, I just threw it out there, obviously.
through the chairman, Mayor Ganan, from an engineering perspective, I guess we probably would get good pricing if we put out a larger contract, economy to scale, then rather than doing it over 2 years. So there might be some savings. Hard to say what the savings would be, but I'm sure by putting out a larger contract, we'll probably, just get better pricing than doing it all in 1 year as opposed to 2 years.
Food
That
for
would
thought.
be,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, as well. Mr. Chairman, we have not picked on you at all tonight. And so, and I guess just looking at the plans that are looking, the Parks and Rec Master Plan and then the Trails and Corridors Master Plan, both of those are costly. Is there a way for those to somehow look at the whole picture? I'm sort of looking at walking and moving, and another looking at still getting through our community in one way or another on bicycles or in a car or on foot again. I'm just wondering, do they need to be separate? Are there savings to be found by looking at doing some combination of that, or half of one? And I don't know. Just
through you, Mr. Chair, part of the challenge is that there's different skill sets needed to do the two different studies, and it ends up being different consulting teams that are put together to pull it together. And Donna can confirm exactly which one. I think it's the Trails and Corridors Master Plan. We're looking at township-wide. So part of the money was in last year's budget and is topped up to get it as to a complete amount this year.
Trails and Corridors, right? So,
yeah. So it's a broader study than the Parks and Rec plan as well. There is the chance that there are some savings, however, simply because of the fact that, as Mr. DePaula has referred to, a lot of the work in the urban boundary expansion around master servicing plans and whatnot, some of the transportation pieces have looked at trails as part of the transportation piece. So there is a layer that's already done, which when we give that to the consulting team, some of the preliminary high-level work is already there, and it's just pulling it together. So, maybe there's some savings in there. My fear is, though, the private sector consulting rates have just gone through the roof. Yeah. So what we're going to get when we get out there, we really don't know. So I'm not sure putting them together would save us any money.
Okay. Again, just looking for savings, of course, and then as Councillor Riley was then speaking about looking at safety and sort of slowing things down and looking at traffic measures, I didn't know whether that could be. I appreciate doing it in-house, but I wonder if we couldn't piggyback on the Trails and Corridors Master Plan in any way to get some suggestions that might be used in terms of traffic calming as they're looking at these main roads that are feeder roads and so on. Anyway, just a thought. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor. Councillor Broderick.
I have no further questions. However, just kudos to staff and looking forward to what you come back with. I know that you've heard loud and clear from all of us sitting here that we want to see brought back to us next month, something a little bit lower, and I look forward to see what you have to offer us. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Bell.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Just to highlight what Councillor Broderick said, that I appreciate everything that each department head has done. They've worked hard on the budget. There's been a lot of asks in here for the budget. But I really want to be clear, looking at a 5% budget. I'm not looking for much more than that. So I'd like you to go back. You've heard council. Each member has had things to say, asks, and hopefully you can go back and sharpen your pencils and get us down in the 5% range, because that's what I'm looking for. And I know it's a big ask, but I appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Well, I'll sum it up. I guess, I first and foremost, I'd like to thank council for actually we conducted a real good meeting tonight, all of yous, in a respectful manner. We started early, and we started early. You didn't want to go past 11, sorry. So we started early, and you guys all conducted yourself well, and you did your homework, and you asked some very wholesome questions. And I hope now that you guys did fulfill and ask your questions, staff can go back and come back with the asks that is requested by council. Staff, thank you. Again, it's a lot that goes into a budget. You guys have been here probably from early morning, and now it's 11:30 almost, so it's quite a long day. So, and also starting the next meeting, I will start from my left to right this time, not right to left. So I am aware that I started right to left. I will start left to right for questions. But again, thank you, members of council, for your questions in a respectful manner this evening, and I thought the meeting went actually very well. So. This recommendation here, the recommendation report reads T03-2023 regarding the 2023 draft operating and capital budget dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and we need something else in there, I think, or brought back to, do you need it? Perfect. Brought back to further deliberation, I guess, Madam Clerk, or no? Nothing. We don't need nothing? No.
You're changing the recommendation, so I was a little bit.
No, I was just reading it the way it is. Just and 400. So we just received this.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. I didn't know if there was any and.
It was a part of Donna's budget review or budget process.
Okay. So
that was done, and she indicated that on March 20th we would be bringing the final operating and capital budget. So I don't think anything needs to be added to that resolution.
Okay, excellent. So members of committee, you've seen the recommendation in front of you. Did we have a mover and seconder for that? All those in, I don't think there's any comments or questions. And we'll take up the vote. Did you submit it?
I didn't get anything.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not there.
Okay. So I'll just if what she has in front of you, Councillor Rayner, I'll just go to you. So do you? They got it. Okay. There you are.
Sorry, I just filled it in. I don't know why it's popping up slowly.
That's okay. So who's left, Madam Clerk? Okay. That's it. Councillor Rayner, just to you if... sorry, I just didn't know. I just want... Okay.
It's got 3 ways you can vote. Not at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, members of committee, item 12.1, item 0423 has already been dealt with. I will start from my left. Members of well, I'll say any members of committee, any verbal updates, boards of committees, I don't see any, so I'll go to members of council. I'll start from my left. Anything of an informative nature, starting from my left? Councillor Bell? Yeah. No. Councillor Bradrick? Madam Mayor?
Yeah, I hate to do this, but I'd just like to thank staff for the Family Day activities yesterday.
Oh, that's right,
that
yes.
were absolutely amazing. Fire department breakfast was great, but greater than that was the sledge hockey game. I don't know how they managed to do that. I don't know how they stayed on that sledge and or got back up once they fell over, but I mean, great spirit. Those guys were out in the morning, making breakfast, and then out late in the afternoon taking part in that hockey game. And so from start to finish, it was a really good day. So kudos to staff involved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anything? Madam CAO? Councillor Riley?
Just to echo Mayor Ganan's comments there, being able to take part and experience the Family Day event, and hearing from residents who said, and I quote, had an amazing time and look forward to next year. So good job, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Chichuk?
Nothing here. I did go to the Family Day, and it was a great day, and it was enjoyed by a lot of people who were very happy about it. So good things happen this year, better next year. Thanks.
Councillor Rayner? Nothing. Thank you. Well, everyone, thank you for this meeting this evening. So we'll adjourn the meeting at 11:25. Let's see here, 25. Thank you, everybody.